It is 6 p.m. We have all members present. Commissioner Banks, if you will do the invocation for us.
Once again, Father, we assemble here in your name. We want to give you thanks for being so gracious to us and continuously bless us. Pray that you continuously bless our community and our citizens and each commissioner. We ask this in your son Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you everyone for being here tonight. Glad the weather agreed with us. We've had a little bit of some dreary weather. I have a couple announcements while everyone is still here. We have a couple of events going on this month. We've got coming up this weekend at 6:30, we have Movie in the Park, and that's going to be at Eva Lions, and we are playing The Princess and the Frog. I'm excited about that one. So please come out for that. Everyone seems to enjoy that. The following weekend on the 19th, the Crescent City Venture Corps is presenting Saturday Sunset at Stella. I don't know how many of you showed up for the last one. It was a great success. We had, what, 137 people there?
About 150.
About 150 people there. Okay. Loved it. Wanted it to continue to go on. They're going to have featuring jazz by Sleek, and that starts at 5 o'clock till 7 o'clock with sunset at about 6:19. Bring your lawn chair. They'll have food trucks on site. We've also got at the end of the month on the 26th, and as we get more information, we'll post it on the website, the A. Philip Randolph dedication, which is going to be at Eva Lion Park at 11 o'clock. Angel Duke is in charge of that. So she's getting us information on that. As most of you know, and you've seen the fancy boats come through here this last week, we've got the Bassmaster Elite Series is going on in Palatka this weekend. So it's from today through Sunday. So that's exciting. We've got a lot of people in town that are fishing and enjoying Crescent City and the surrounding area. So make sure if you can, go out and support them. And with that, we've had, as you notice, our trees, they're now lit up red. Thanks to the West family. We can change those next month. They will be surprised, they'll be green. So we can change those out as we go from month to month. But right now they're red, so please enjoy those. And with that, we did have the Arbor Day this past weekend, and I heard it was a huge success. I apologize that I had to be out of town when they rescheduled it, but I heard that it was a great success and the trees were all taken. Is that correct, Commissioner DeVito? Thank you for you and Commissioner Banks for stepping in and taking care of everything.
Right, we gave away, this was hosted at the Women's Club, the trees provided by the city, picked up by Michelle Mayor's parents, is that right?
Yeah.
We gave away 25 trees. The mulberry were the shortest in supply and the most popular. We also had a plant exchange. People came, if they didn't want a tree, they brought plants to share, and that was very popular. And we also had activities for children. We had 6 children there who did a nature-based scavenger hunt. So it was great.
Okay. Well, thank you, everybody that did show up and help put that on, the Women's Club and Commissioner Banks. I know you did the planning over at Harry Banks Park and you read the proclamation, and thank you very much. I heard you did a great job.
Thank you.
So with that, we're going to go forward, and I do want to say thank you. We talked about this at the last meeting. Nobody has reached out to me to thank anybody, but in the future, if there's somebody that you see doing something in the community that please, by all means, let us know so that we can just give them a thank you. It's very important that we support each other. So with that, we're going to start off with the approval of the minutes. Commissioners, you have the minutes before you. You've had a chance to read them. Do we have any comments?
I make a motion that we approve any necessary changes.
Okay, we have a motion for acceptance with any necessary changes that we agree to. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Okay, do we have, you have some comments, Commissioner Vito?
Yes. Let's see. We
Do
have-
you have them in writing? Are they in writing that you can provide them to Karen? Because we asked for those to.
Well, they're
be
not
done?
right now, I just want to observe. There's two sets of minutes. We had a special meeting on January 12th and the regular commission meeting on January 13th. The minutes of the regular commission meeting look pretty good. There are some spelling that need to be corrected. They're actually quite good. There's some spelling things that need to be corrected and a little bit of grammar. I think on page 7, there's actually a place where Karen needs to go back and look at the tape on the regular meeting minutes. Because I think that there's something that was omitted on page 7 of the regular meeting.
Okay,
minutes.
what do you feel that was omitted so that she'll know what to look for?
This is under the paragraph, the city manager's section. And the city manager requested that we add an item to the agenda. And it turned out we didn't vote on that because Attorney Pickens said that we could not add an item to the agenda for a vote. And I don't see that in there. So I think that needs to be researched and added.
Oh, I remember seeing that, but Karen, if you'll look for that, okay, and if you'll provide her with any typos, it's important that she has those specifics, if you have something that you want changed.
Right, and, well, I mean, I think it's just not correct. And then the special meeting minutes for January the 12th. We have a very heavy agenda. I was not able to write all this out. But on page 4, the last sentence in the first paragraph, it says Commissioner DeVito also discussed the Florida League of Cities. That also discussed to the end of the sentence should be stricken. I'll write this down for her. What I did was I shared information about bills pending before the legislature that are of concern to the Florida League of Cities.
Okay,
So, and there's some, I think these special meeting minutes have some technical corrections that are needed to make them understandable, and maybe she can go back and review them with the tape.
well, if you will go through and there's something that you have that's specific, rather than make her listening to those over again, that would be a big help, because she's listened to them several times already. So if you would do that for us, that would be awesome. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any more discussion, commissioners? Okay, motion and a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, so moved. Next on the agenda, we've got a proclamation. We actually have two proclamations tonight. One of them we have on the agenda, the other was an appointment, and we're going to do a proclamation, but because we had not voted on it prior to, we had just discussed it, that we're going to read the proclamation after we actually vote on it. And that's for our historian appointment is what we're going to do. So we're going to do that. At this time, I see, I believe, is that Pat? Is Pat here?
Yes.
Okay, Pat, Commissioner Banks, I'm gonna read this proclamation and we're gonna present it to Pat on behalf of the city. Do you want to read that for? Yeah, we're gonna come up.
Oh, yeah.
Pat, thank you for coming tonight and for accepting this for the Black History Month.
Proclamation for the Black History Month. Whereas Black History Month is an annual celebration of achievement by Black Americans in a time of recognizing the central role of African America in the United States history. And whereas since 1976, the U.S. President has officially designated the month of February as Black History Month and other countries around the world, including Canada and the United Kingdom, also devoted a month of celebration of Black history. And whereas we observe every effort a special opportunity to become more knowledgeable about Black heritage and our many Black leaders who have contributed to the process of our community, state, and nation. And whereas as much knowledge as left the understanding by all citizens regarding the issue of human rights and great strides have been made in the crusade of eliminating barriers of economics, minority groups, and continuously struggling against racial discrimination and problems. Now, therefore, I, Michelle Myers, Mayor of the City of Crescent City, do hereby proclaim the month of February the 22nd as Black History Month in the city of Crescent City, and express special commendation to the dedication volunteers who have labored so diligently to make this observance a really in our community. And by it further proclaim that I urge all citizens to take special note of the various Black History Month exhibits displayed in our public building, attend scheduled activities, and join together in making this a indictable to the principle of justice and qualities of all people. Dated this day, February 10th, 2022. Mayor Michelle and our city manager in charge of city manager.
Well, Commissioner Banks, I will have to say, you're a little taller than Michelle.
Thank you.
When you said that. Commissioner Banks, can I take a picture? So, Pat, do you know?
On behalf of the African American citizens of Crescent City, we take this time to tell you, thank you, Crescent City, for taking the time to honor us, our heritage and our ancestors during the month of Black history. For that, there is a saying in Proverbs Psalms 133. Oh, how good and pleasant it is for brethren together to what? To dwell together in unity. And for that, we thank you.
That is beautiful. Thank you. Can somebody take a picture for all of us? We all want to stand up. Yes.
Her Pat's last name, her whole name.
Oh, Pat, now go ahead and pronounce your last name.
Lavelle,
Lavelle.
Lovell.
So she has it. Y'all want to stand up? Can y'all stand up behind us or next to us?
Why don't we?
Let's get in here.
You want us behind you?
Here, yeah, let's, y'all come up here if you would, and let's get this little owl out of the way.
Just be careful of the plugs down
Yeah,
there.
be careful of the plug,
Right, on the wire too.
but we need an official one. Right, Pat?
There you go.
There you go.
Like this.
Okay.
I can't hold no.
Pat, thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming.
Right, put a mask on, smiling.
I believe that's also why with the dedication for the A. Philip Randolph is part of that. They're trying to get it into February for recognition. Okay, with that, commissioners, if you are okay with this, we have a consent agenda. And as we go forward, we would like to see us using the consent agenda a little more frequently. It does help with some timing. But at this time, if everyone's okay, we're gonna pull everything from the consent agenda and take it up individually. I think some of the commissioners have raised some issues with different topics on here to Charles. So I just think that's in the best interest of everybody. Is everyone okay? Agree with that? Okay.
Yes.
You don't have to vote on that, so just as long as everybody's in agreement with that. So if we want to start, Charles, you want to start with city expenses?
First one is for, we need to get a survey of our submerged land lease for the boat docks at Sunrise Park. Boat docks were built as part of a grant, I think it was finished in 2018. And unfortunately, there was a decision made for construction to move the dock perpendicular to the shoreline, which actually moved it partially out of the leased land. So we have to do a modification to our land lease, which requires a survey. We have to show them where it actually is. And that lease is, that survey is $3,500 to do it. So I brought that to you for approval.
And this is something that DEP has brought to our attention and they've requested it, correct?
Correct. They do an inspection every 5 years. And so this is the first inspection since it was constructed, and they said it's, I don't know, it's.
They found it. Okay, commissioners, you have that in front of you. Do we have a motion of acceptance?
I so moved.
Okay, we have a second. Do we have any discussion? Okay.
My only question for Charles was, if, obviously we need to get this done, but if we could look into how this occurred. I know there was a very large contract through a grant to get that done. So it might be helpful to know, was it a city error or was there a contractor who made that error? Obviously sometime in the future.
He did.
I did. It was a sort of a joint decision by the administration, the engineers, and the contractor to make it perpendicular to the shoreline.
I see.
I didn't consider that a lease might be specific to the bottom of the lake.
Okay.
We're not big enough to manage the adjustment.
And so this is a sovereign submerged land lease, and so they are very specific, and they'll get you on them. They'll get you on them.
Good to know.
Okay, with that, we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries.
I had also distributed to you 2 estimates that came in this week for improvements to Fletcher Park. We received a $50,000 grant to improve the park. So one of the estimates was for the concrete. We're going to repair the broken sidewalk. We're going to pour 2 new picnic bench pads, one of them ADA accessible. And also replace the little wooden bridge from the land to the pier with a concrete slab. And then we have an ADA picnic bench and a regular picnic bench, which is the other estimate. So the concrete, the sidewalk, the slabs, the dock work is $6,423.50. And the picnic table, the handicap picnic table, and the delivery combined is $1,690. And these will be covered by the grant.
That wasn't on the agenda though, was it?
It's part of, I think it's part of city expenses.
I distributed it to you yesterday. I just got the concrete estimate on Thursday.
Okay, commissioners, do we have a motion?
I so moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Do we have any discussion? Yes, sir.
Yes, but I thought we were supposed to do something to the Buckhead.
Along the shoreline, we're going to put a soft kayak launch, but there was nothing itemized in the grant for bulkhead, anything to the shoreline. We do have a permit to clear vegetation, but that was an older permit, it's not part of this.
Commissioner DeVito?
Yes, this is a FERDAP grant, right?
Yes.
From recreational grant. from
Yes,
DEP now, is that it?
I believe so.
Wherever it comes from. I just do not remember this grant really coming across our desk at any time. Usually the commission takes a look at what is in the proposed grant. And I cannot remember us ever doing that.
Well, this was written by Patrick Kennedy, so it was some time ago.
But how long ago?
I think it was 2018.
You know, I wasn't on the commission yet, but actually I know discussion about it.
But I don't think whether I was sitting in the audience or whether I was a commissioner then, I don't remember the details of the proposal or anything ever being on this city agenda. I would like to see what is in there.
Okay.
Because
I
I
can
don't,
distribute
Can you
that.
I don't think
provide
it
her with
ever
a copy
came
of that?
through.
Okay.
However, the grant has been,
We've been approved.
Yeah, the grant's
We've been noticed.
approved, and we can't go forward with anything else until, because we had to get that finalized, correct? That's
We have to
right.
close out this grant.
And close it out.
before we can move forward.
On anything else? We're trying to sort out.
That's it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? I'm hearing no discussion. Everyone in favor, say aye.
All right,
Aye.
Anyone opposed, nay? Motion carries. Next one is going to be, Charles, the approval to proceed with the direction of the branding.
Thank you, Mayor. This is really to get an approval to continue with the direction of the branding. Very little of the deliverables have been completed, but we felt enough was presented to allow you to get an idea of the direction of the branding, the color palette, the fonts, and so forth. So before they spend more time giving us more examples and more logos and so forth, we want to get approval to proceed.
Okay, and we provided that, well, a lot of people were in the audience. I know several of us here in the commission, we were in the audience when they gave their presentation, but you provided that, and it's on our website, the 15-minute
It is, it's on
video. Okay.
Facebook as well.
On Facebook as well, okay. Commissioners, do we have, yes, Commissioner DeVito?
Well, I have some questions.
Okay,
But do you want to do a motion first or?
we can do, if we can, we can do a motion first. I'd like a motion first. Anybody want to make a motion, or do we want to have
I'll make
discussion first?
I'll make the motion to, for the approval to proceed.
Okay. Do you want to do it, or are we going to, does anybody want to make changes? Are you recommending changes? Do you want to add that into your motion, amend your motion? Or do you want us to just, why don't we hold off with the motion at this
Okay,
point?
yeah,
Can
I
we
was
do
gonna
that
say.
and let's have discussion? How's that?
sounds
Just to
good.
keep it clean. Let's go. Okay. So who has something to say? Commissioner DeVito? Okay, go
I
ahead.
do. I wasn't able to be at the in-person event, because, and it does concern me a little bit that there was just 24 hours notice of that. So, you know, whoever could come, but some people obviously couldn't. Can y'all hear me there in the back?
No.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking right into my mic. Okay, so, I looked at the video and I have a couple of comments about it, and it's not the first time I've critiqued something like this. I thought overall it was very good. I like the explanation. I thought, you know, most of the work was excellent. The color palette, I had some concerns about that. I thought it was a little dark. We're in Florida and they're emphasizing our water and our natural beauty. I thought it was a little heavy on the black and the maroon. Although I understand they're creating branding, they'll probably tell us that they need to have some black.
They pulled the maroon in because of the school colors, and the students
Right.
asked that. That was very important to them, that the maroon gold. So
Yeah.
they just tried to include that, just so you know, as part of that.
Point, but the shades of green, I also think are a little bit, I don't know, that somehow the shades of green to me could be adjusted to be more Florida. I thought the typeface was fine. Let's see. Sorry, some of these are my notes. Oh, one of the most concerning parts of this was the crescent moon that they're using. It seems to me that it's too thin, and the crescent moon is very, very different than any other crescent moon that we've ever used. It's narrower and it doesn't have the outlines like on our letterhead. The characteristics of our city that they're talking about, they're emphasizing our history, et cetera, et cetera. personally, the more I looked at it on the different pages going by, I think their crescent moon looks a little too much like the moon from the Hammer and Sickle. And I think to go with our turn of the century, 1940s, small town feel, I would like to see them incorporate a crescent moon that is more plump and has an outline. And as well, our crescent moon is bright yellow, and theirs is kind of an orangey dull yellow. And I just don't.
I wonder if your computer, I mean, because when he showed it up here, the colors were very, I thought were gold and brilliant. They were pretty brilliant and bright, actually. I was impressed they were so bright. So I'm wondering if you're viewing it on your computer.
Was it the same as this?
Like, you can't say that it was the same, but it was very bright, but,
Well, to me, it was too orangey and too narrow
okay.
and a little bit wonky. You talked about the 85-degree angle incorporating the 1885 date of our incorporation or whatever it was. I thought that was a little too wonky, and that it just should be a more friendly, warm moon as opposed to a skinny one tilted at that 85 degrees. That just started to remind me of the Hammer and Sickle. So the color palette may be an adjustment, the crescent moon an adjustment to more fit our ambiance here, and also for continuity with what people are used to seeing. I think it would be helpful to have some continuity. I thought he emphasized a humble community a little bit too much. He did not mention that we have some very elegant structures as well. And I don't know, just really
Okay.
didn't talk about it as a place to live. And I just thought we could do a little bit less with how humble we are. But other than that, I thought it was very good.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any other?
Well, I just wanted to kind of make sure we're clear that this is just to proceed, correct? So it's like proceed, and we're saying that, I'm not gonna say that this is the overall finalized, this is not the finalized branding.
Correct.
Right, so when they come back in March,
In March.
that's not gonna be finalized in March, is it?
Well, in March, we hope to show you the finished branding package. So we'll be doing drafts ongoing.
Okay,
And so for instance, it didn't show a round. I want to make sure we have a round official seal because we'll actually make a stamp that we do our proclamations with. It needs to be round. It'll say Crescent City 1885. Whereas the branding seal is oval. We may not do a sort of a moss colored sky. It'll probably be a golden sky, sunrise, sunset kind of sky, little tweaks like that. But generally we like the icon, that's a marketing icon. We like the stylize of there's a text version only, historic Crescent City. Life Between the Lakes is the tag we're recommending, the general feeling. And then once we have it, part of what the brand package shows us is how to play with it. So we may not, for instance, they showed us wayfinding signs. We probably won't send that to the design shop to make. We'll play with it a little bit and get wayfinding that we like, but within the family, within the look.
but now, what I'm getting at though is, are we gonna see some of the adjustments throughout March before we get to the meeting that says?
I can
okay,
arrange
this
for
is it?
that. Yeah, I can arrange to send you, I'm gonna ask,
And
if I get your
public-
approval, I'll get your input on the tweaks, and then we'll keep them moving forward. So it'll end up with a no in March. Believe me, I want to make sure when we get to March, we're all like,
Yeah, we're on the
This is
same
it.
page.
Yeah.
So,
I have a comment when you.
Okay, do you think that do you want to do any type of a public workshop on it as we get more towards that? So that when we do
we
get
may
to
call
March?
it a special meeting for you.
So I'm just gonna give everybody a heads up that we might do that. So, yes, Commissioner, are you done, Commissioner?
Yes, I am.
Okay, yes.
When he presented what we'll put on the flags up and down our poles
The banners,
outside,
mhm.
yeah, the banners, right? They were all green with the water and the land in between the two water. I don't like the green on the top. I'd rather see yellow or a light blue or something with a sunset in over the land or something.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. I want to make sure that we have
It's not
Input.
bright enough.
Well,
when we get to the end.
and for instance, even with those, before we order them from the banner companies do in-house design, so we can
Yes.
say, we want like this, but here are the changes we want. So
Right,
for instance, those won't be the only two banners we make. There'll be other versions where it's maybe a solid color with just the seal or just the
Yes.
text version
right.
for central, so that just gives you an idea of what could be created with this system. The idea is to teach us how to play with it, as I said, how to create even new logos, because we won't have thought of every event we're ever going to come up with. But when we do come up with a new event, we'll kind of know how to use the brand to play off of that and create an event. So
Right.
people see it, go, that's in Crescent City. I can tell by the way the logo looks.
And the fish is not a bass.
And the little one on the seal or the big one?
It's not
One with
big.
the crescent
With the-
moon tail,
Yeah,
that's not a
bad.
bass.
Yeah.
We need to fix that.
Yeah.
Especially for the bass fishermen, know what bass is.
Right.
Man, two more things.
Commissioner DeVito.
Somewhere in there in the narrative, it talks about cranes. We don't actually have cranes unless you're specific and say sandhill cranes. I think he needs to be, I think his terminology needs a little adjustment there. But that's the kind of thing we'll have the opportunity to work on, correct?
Certainly, and we'll probably never use that branding statement out in our marketing. It's really an internal document.
Well,
It's great for the
regardless, to me, whatever we have should be reasonably acceptable. Because someone will see it somewhere, but I certainly feel a little better about all this. I think I agree with Commissioner Burton and whoever else says it, that we need to see as much as possible up front.
Mhm.
And I do think, Mayor, it would be a great idea to have an opportunity for the public to look at all this before we make a decision. That's all I have.
And as far as, I mean, I was so impressed. We filled the room all but what, 2 chairs that night? I mean,
Yeah.
this room was filled. I think we even had some people standing maybe. So there was a lot of people here. I appreciate the way they went about reaching out to the various groups. They even went to the high school and met with 14 of the leaders that actually live in the city, students, to get their input. It was important to them. And again, I mean, when I knew that my understanding that this was just kind of their first stab at it, basically, and it's like, this is kind of where we're going. They did change, just for the audience that hasn't had a chance to look at it, Charles, they did change it from the land to life, correct?
Yes, life.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, that's it.
yeah. Okay, so with that, we have,
Well, the motion is to approve to proceed with the direction of the grant.
okay, we have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a second. Okay, is there any more discussion?
I just want to say one thing that, like many people I was interviewed, I found them very pleasant to work with, and I've only had good comments about that.
Oh, they were, yeah, they were,
Just for anybody who hasn't met them, they really seem very diligent, very sincere, really want to do a good job for us. And
oh, they were, I thought they were great.
have worked very hard.
I thought they were great. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries. Okay, next is we have got the request for a permit for open containers at Sunsets at the Stella event.
Thank you, Mayor. The way our code currently reads, police chief can issue a permit for carrying or consumption of alcoholic beverages on streets, sidewalks, or alleys within the city during gatherings held by fraternal, benevolent, charitable, eleemosynary, philanthropic, civic, community, and veteran organizations. And given that we don't want to have a police chief bring it to the commission for approval, we have an item later on the agenda in references like this to change it to city manager. But until such time, requesting permission to allow to waive, essentially waive the open container requirement restriction for the event in the event area for the Sunsets.
And is this in their event application? Are you gonna have it in the event? Is it part of the event application? You would put it in there? just so that you,
Part of the permit.
yeah, that's what I meant,
Permit,
yeah, permit their application, okay. Okay, commissioners, do we have a motion? Okay, do we have discussion?
I'll make the motion to request the permit, to allow the permit to be put in. This is, this
Well,
particular
but-
request is for just the sunset at Stella. I think that permit should be broader, quite frankly. I think, as you said, if it's put into the application, that would be for every event that might request it. So I'm not sure if I really like the idea that you're just limiting it tonight. That we should just make it a broader.
I think that's going to require, it's going to require ordinance.
I wouldn't be happy with broader.
Yeah,
Let's make it specific with this event and any event.
Yeah, but wouldn't the permit make that specific?
it would be a request on the permit, and within the permit,
Within the
it
permit.
would
is
be
what I'm
stated
trying
in
to
there,
say.
but
Yeah,
we're gonna have to, in order to do that, I believe we'd have to do that because we'd be changing our process, correct, Bobby? We have to do it through an ordinance.
And this request is for the concert series.
And that's what I was asking, if that's something that the current
Yeah,
permit, if they asked you, and that, I wasn't very specific, I should have been more specific, if they asked you in that application for their,
Really
Yeah.
quickly, it's February 19th
Yeah.
February 19th
and March
19th.
19th,
Yes.
right?
So there's two,
There's two more, right?
yes.
At 6 o'clock.
Yes.
okay, so right now we have a motion for these two dates, so if we want to make it specific to those two dates at this time. And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so commissioners, we want to have discussion.
Mayor,
Commissioner DeVito?
I have some questions.
Okay.
Well, and a comment. I think our permit is out of date. I mean, I think our permit language in chapter or section 14.7 has been there a long time. And in my memory, I don't recall the city permitting any events with alcohol in the parks. My concern about this is, this is modern day times, and I've looked on some other city websites, and there are very specific criteria that you go through, including a specific kind of liability coverage for having alcohol present. And I'm just not sure that this is the right time to do this. I mean, have we contacted our liability carrier for advice? That's a great concern to me. Have we checked with our insurer about this? And as well, as my understanding, Charles, aren't you working on an ordinance for special event permits?
In the future, I'll bring you a special event ordinance, which would really take it out of the parks, part of our code, and create its own chapter on special events where we would classify the event and have requirements depending on the size of the event. Yes.
This, just to me, I'm not sure where the fire is. The event was very successful last month without alcohol. And, just thinking about this, I mean, I've been to concerts on the Hillsborough River and St. Petersburg and up north where people have alcohol at music events. But they are usually in a larger area that is more separated from the street. You're more discreet. You're away from the roadways, you're away from the general population. And the other thing we have to consider is we have had a problem with people drinking and having parties in the streets, and we have not allowed that. And we've had law enforcement shutting them down, including right over on Cedar in North Main, just a few blocks away. So to me, I would rather wait, let this event go on as it was originally planned, and address some of these issues when we do the ordinance. Because alcohol is a liability, and I would like to know how the general public feels about it before we do this, because we haven't done this lately.
So they're not asking to serve it, they're just asking that if people come and they have a picnic, set a picnic up, that they could bring their own wine or beer, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure that we clarify that.
we're not talking about a gasparilla here or anything like that.
No.
It's not that type of event.
And Mayor, my comments were not directed toward alcohol sales. I was talking
Okay, I just
specifically,
wanted to make sure that we have a clarification that
Right,
they're not
but-
selling it.
I'm talking about my experience with going to alcohol events, and as well, the gatherings that have occurred around town that we've shut down have involved people bringing their own alcohol. So, you know, there's a lot to think about here.
Okay.
And just to add, this event, I think it's only an hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
About an hour and a half.
It's right after sunset.
Okay, I'm gonna ask, I'm gonna ask, this was just because we've moved the podium, so now I can see, I can hear. Residents have made comments to me that they have a hard time hearing us because people are talking in the audience. So I'm just gonna ask everybody to please limit that or just to be cognizant of it, because I'm hearing some echoes out there as well, so. Captain Essery, can I ask you a question? We'll have public comment, Diane. We'll have public comment during public comment. Captain Essery. So if this is not approved and they have this event and people happen to bring a cup, what happens? Do you deal with this in other areas?
That's still would be considered a container, you know, as a cup, we identify that's an alcoholic beverage. Understand that we're gonna be, if you approve this, there's a difference between consuming alcohol and being intoxicated and being unruly. We can handle those situations as seem fit. So whatever you guys decide, we'll make sure we have the resources there available to handle whatever type of situation comes our way.
Okay, commissioners, do we have any other discussion? Commissioner Banks?
I'm not gonna say it.
I just have some reservations because I think this crowd's gonna be fine. It's an older crowd. And I think they'll bring a glass of wine or a bottle of wine or something, it'll be okay. And I know I've talked with Charles and he said, you really can't project in the future whatever. But I just have some reservations about not this group, but other groups, perhaps.
But again, you know, this is for two events coming up.
Right. But then how can you deny it to another group?
That's my question.
Yeah.
Ask me, that's it. You got to either do or don't.
Until we really address this, maybe.
Yeah, because you got to look at it like this now. If I was a citizen of Crescent City, well, hey, y'all let the catfish come in and do it. Why we can't do it? Questions like that gonna come up, whether you believe it or not.
That's my point exactly. I
So
don't
you-
think it's going
You
to,
got to protect yourself. from
it's
things
gonna
like that.
overpower a good group and
Yeah,
end up
right,
into
yeah.
a situation where you don't.
I don't know how.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. I mean, that's a very, very valid point.
I can just.
Very
see it
valid
going
points, and
wrong.
that's why it's for us right now, so. Okay, commissioners, we have any other discussion?
I just don't see what's wrong, glass of wine, good music, so that's not.
I understand, I think though there is some concern that if if this group,
Good evening.
good evening, welcome. I love it. Okay, so with this, we have a motion. Did I have a second?
Yeah,
A second. Okay. All in favor? say aye.
All in favor of what now? Let's read
All
it.
in favor of your
Mulberry
motion,
bushes.
I believe your motion was to allow, for open containers at the two February 19th and March 19th
Yes,
events, is
wanna
that
make sure
correct?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Hey,
Okay. So motion fails. Hmm?
3-2.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, at the next one, we've got, the reappointment of Electra Sutton to the Tree and Garden Board. Commissioners, do we want to have discussion first, as you want to tee this up a little bit for us, Charlie, as far as what's happened just recently?
Certainly, Sutton was appointed as chair of the tree board at the end of last calendar year. It was October, November. Subsequently, she resigned from the board and has now requested to rejoin the board, want to rescind her resignation, but we had already announced the vacancy and looking for applicants. And, so she has resubmitted her application to rejoin the tree board.
Okay, commissioners, do we have discussion?
Yeah, I'll start the discussion.
Okay.
Quite frankly, I kind of went back from Ms. Sutton. I was very confident that she would join the board and do a very good job. There was some discussion at the time when we actually decided to kind of give her the job, so to speak. Very surprised when she resigned. I think the reason she resigned probably didn't set well with me, because I did have a lot of confidence in her abilities. And basically what happened, as far as I'm concerned, she's kind of shaking the confidence that I had in her. And that's the way I would start my conversation, as someone's been known to join and fall off different, this is a tree board, but the women's club, a lot of different things that she joined. And disappointing, just find it very disappointing. So,
Commissioner Vita?
Sure. Well, I think Electra served a term on the tree board for part of a term before we appointed her chair, and she actually was very faithful coming to the meetings for quite a while before she was appointed. She did a lot of research and she was very involved. And then there was an opening for the chair, and I think Charles asked her to serve. And she agreed, and we appointed her. I think she still has the capabilities that she had before. And as I said, I have seen her be very faithful in coming to those meetings and participating even when she was not a board member. And she did a good job, and I see her bio in our packet. She has very good educational background, very distinguished career as a researcher. I think when she first became chair, there was some kind of misunderstanding. And as soon as she resigned, I think she actually asked to rescind her resignation rather quickly, but Charles felt he had already let us know. So I would like to give her the benefit of the doubt and reappoint her, because she has been very faithful on this board.
Okay, Charles, do you want to clarify that? You had already advertised when she contacted you, is that correct?
We did advertise.
Yeah, you'd already advertised, okay. Commissioner West, do you have any comments?
Do we have anyone else that wanted the position?
Not at this time, but they still have 4 members. Commissioner Banks, do you have any comments?
well, I was going over her resume. I tell you, it looked real. And evidently she did a good job when she was on there. Sometimes people have various excuses that they don't want to let out why they have to resign from certain positions. So if nobody else haven't applied for it, want to receive it back. We have to let feelings, we just can't let feelings stop us from doing things. I think sometimes people get hung up on their feelings, and that's not good. When they go to benefit the city, we shouldn't let our feelings get in there. To me, I think if we vote right now, I vote to reappoint.
Amen, brother.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you not to. Okay, no outburst.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I honestly, I'm gonna make some people upset here, but I can't support electric.
No.
I've had, just in the last couple of weeks, I've had several, 3 to be exact, rumors that have gotten to me. It's a small town, things get around. And all of them have gone back to, have started or have been passed on through that. And I have some real reservations right now because this is a leader. When you're appointed to a board, to me, it's an honor. And it's not something to be taken lightly. And all of us, I mean, this is a hard job that we all do. And if we saw a shiny coin somewhere else, and we said, oh, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't like the rules, or for whatever reason, we're letting somebody down. And we can't come back and rescind that because we got over there and decided, oh, that's not really what I want to do. I want to come back and be a commissioner. And to me, it just doesn't work that way. And so for that, I mean, I'm going to upset some people, and I understand that. But at the same time, I have to go with I have to go with my gut on this one, and so I can't support her. So if y'all want to make a motion, if there's a motion out there to go ahead and reappoint her.
I make that motion that we reappoint her.
Okay. So we have a motion, and do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All opposed? Nay?
Nay.
Nay. Okay. Unfortunately, it doesn't pass. And we're going to continue to look, and please just share with Ms. Sutton, Charles, that we appreciate the service that she has given to the Tree and Garden Board. And I know a lot of people have the highest regard for her. And hopefully she'll find a place in the community and continue to be an asset. So, thank you.
Next item is approval of proposal for architectural engineering feasibility study for the proposed ambulance station. We met with the selected architect, Robert Taylor, and at the site, looked over the site, and within the budget constraints we had established, we recall we had set up a $450,000 budget in which to design and build the building. We felt the best thing to do was to do a study to show you what you could get for that budget, and do a conceptual design, which would then become the basis of the actual design if you like what you see. So that's the proposal in front of you today. Mr. Taylor is here to answer any questions about what would be involved and what you'd be getting and the decision you would be making.
Commissioner, do we have any discussion?
I move to accept our proposal.
Okay,
I'll second.
so we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Okay, seeing none. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carried. That was an easy one.
Was a great proposal.
It was,
Very clear.
it was. And thank you for coming tonight.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We appreciate it. We look forward to some changes over there. So,
We'll do our best. Thank you very much.
thank you very much. We appreciate it. Okay, and so with that, we're going to go to the appointment of Cherie Register as our city historian. Paul Nichols had mentioned this to me at some time, and Commissioner DeVito.
Do you want to skip over the Retroactive content.
Sure.
Or is that your intention?
Nope.
Okay. So this item is a retroactive approval of agreement brought to the commission, the request of Commissioner DeVito to approve an agreement that was actually approved by the interim city manager back in early August, signed that agreement. So we brought it back to you for approval.
Okay. Okay, Commissioners, do you have any discussion?
I have a question about it.
Okay.
So, and my concern about this agreement is that this has to do with a scope of work for the technical review of our comp plan. And the agreement actually holds us to a specific timetable and by which we agreed to adopt ordinances by certain dates. And I thought it would have been most appropriate for not only this agreement, but apparently there was a letter from the state of Florida telling us that we were behind in reviewing our comprehensive plan. That letter never came to us last summer. And I'm hoping that we will get a copy of that letter because the whole process was never fully brought before the commission or explained to us. And I think it is, it's led to the commission not driving the train to the extent that we should, both for our benefit and for the public's benefit, and just not having enough information about it. So I'm happy. Well, my question is, what if we don't adopt our ordinances on this timetable? Because the timetable involves the planners, the Northeast Florida Regional Planning Council, who have the grant from the state, they have their deliverables. So if we miss a deadline, what happens to this whole thing?
Well, in terms of the grant, they do have deliverables for the grant, which paid for this process. And I believe so far we've met those grant timelines. To speak to the final, I think the prepared document for first reading, it may be the final deliverable. Is that the final deliverable for the grant? For your grant
Yes,
submission?
if I may, Margaret Warren from the Northeast Florida Regional Council. So it's the regional council that has deliverables. So we're providing, we're doing the review for compliance and then providing the underlying strike-through version of changes and the background data analysis changes. That is the deliverable. The grant does not require city to do anything.
But you've met your deliverable deadline so far.
Correct.
And when's the final deliverable deadline?
The final one is May 31st, 2022. That would be the documents that you would require for adoption, should you do adoption. But again, the grant does not require you to transmit. It does not require you to adopt. It requires us to provide the materials to do so, should you choose to do so.
So we'll meet the grant requirements whether we adopt or not.
Okay, and if we don't keep to the schedule for any reason, you'll still guide us through the process.
We'll be providing the necessary documents to you guys and also to the state.
Okay,
And then if there's additional things you want to do, you can do those as well.
That they would be finished at that time.
okay, because just it helps to see this and have that clarification. We're a long way through the process, but you know, these are the kind of things we need to know. So that being said, I would move to approve the contract retroactively.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. Do we have any other discussion? Commissioner Burton, no comment? Mr. West, you good? With that, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Can we just take a minute, and there are people here that have not been in our past meetings, explain Margot and Scott, please, and how they're working with us. If that's okay.
We could do that with the first reading.
Comprehensive
Yeah, when
plan.
we get to the
Okay,
comprehensive
good,
plan,
good,
we can do that. Okay. Yeah, I was jumping ahead because I got so excited about Sheree. So anyway, and Commissioner DeVito, she brought it to the commission and asked us to consider that. And so we said we would move it to another agenda because it wasn't agenda, then we need to vote on it.
Right.
So at this time, we need to vote on the appointment of Cherie register as our city historian, and then if she passes the muster, then we'll read the proclamation. So
Do we need a motion?
we need a motion.
May I?
Yes.
Would anyone else be upset?
You
I'll
know,
make the
I
motion.
really
Okay.
gotta think about it.
So, I move that the Crescent City Commission appoint Ms. Cherie Nelson Register as the city's honorary historian.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any more discussion at this time? Okay, seeing no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Let's
Okay.
say one.
Hi, Cherie, if you'll come up. I had to just, Commissioner Banks, he was so excited, he thought he was getting flowers today. He thought he was gonna get flowers. And then we're gonna have some other people that are gonna wanna come up with Cherie. I know, we've got,
Oh, wait, somebody else should take the picture all after you. I know you want
yeah,
to be in a
Paula, so
picture.
you're gonna be up here, but for right now, Cherie, I wanna read this, I'm gonna read this out loud. So this is a proclamation of the city of Crescent City, where Cherie Register was raised in Crescent City. She is a 7th generation Floridian and the 6th generation of her family to be raised in Crescent City. And whereas Cherie Register's mother, Marjorie Neal Nelson, was the city of Crescent City's historian from 1970 through 2012. And in her honor, the city named one of the city parks the Marjorie Neal Nelson Sunrise Park. And whereas Cherie's interest in history was born in her upbringing by listening to the stories told by her mother, Marjorie Neal Nelson, and other family members and friends from past generations. And whereas Cherie spent her career working for and retiring from Georgia Pacific and Palatka, she only thought she was retiring. Cherie's retirement allowed her the ability to become involved in various civic organizations, including the Women's Club, Daughters of American Revolution, and the Fruitland Peninsula Historic Society, where she now serves as the president. And whereas Marjorie Neal Nelson was a collector of documents and pictures, and upon her passing, she ensured that Cherie had possession of her many treasures. These treasures are rich in history in this area. Cherie has protected and she has preserved her mother's treasures through the years, and they are now on display at the Fruitland Peninsula Historic Society Archive for residents and visitors to enjoy. Now therefore I, Michelle Myers, Mayor of the City of Crescent City, do hereby proclaim that the City of Crescent City is deserving of a historian. And be it further proclaimed that the City of Crescent City, Florida, named Cherie Register as the honorary city historian for the City of Crescent City, Florida. We thank her for her commitment to carry on her mother's legacy and share the colorful history of this city and this area for the knowledge and enjoyment of generations to come. When Cherie first retired, and I still have the card that she gave me about the retirement, she retired me, she had no idea. Everywhere around town, when there's something going on, Cherie is involved. You see Cherie. She even comes to the movies in the park, and she sits there and she enjoys them with everybody, and then she helps take care of taking it all apart afterwards. What she has done over at the archives is just makes all of us proud. And I know tonight that Cherie's mom is smiling down on her as she does every day, and this city, as we know she does every day, because it was so loved by her and her family. And Cherie, we can't thank you enough for everything you do and for carrying this forward. Okay. Now, you know there's no paintball. Is there anybody from the Historical Society? Come on, commissioners, let's get out here and get some pictures. We probably do need a Kleenex.
I know. Next.
Commissioner West always has a Kleenex.
Okay, that's good.
My buddy.
She
My
made it.
buddy.
She made it. You made it.
Okay, hold your- hold your- Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, you're short.
Got a wide angle?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did they get up?
Yeah.
You doing good?
Well done.
Well done. Thank you, sweetheart.
I love that you're taking this. Because I feel like you probably know, maybe not as much as your mom, but you're there.
Can I seal this? So I can seal it? Oh.
Got to feel it and all the time stuff too.
Thank y'all. I promised my mom would carry you on, so.
I know, I should have said that, but I know you were a little choked up a little bit, but if there's something you want to say, is there?
No, that's fine.
I have never seen Sheree without her.
Fun stuff. Finally, that's some fun stuff.
And a special lovely remarks. Thank you very much.
Okay, next we've got the approval of a contract with MAI Engineering for FDOT gas pipeline relocation project. You want to speak to this?
Thank you, Mayor. This is an agreement, as you know, the widening of US 17 is continuing to move towards us, and we have a pipeline that's in the way. So part of that expansion is to move our pipeline and have a grant to fund that. And so this is an agreement with MAI Engineering as part of that pipeline relocation project.
Okay, commissioners, we have a motion.
I so move that we approve the grant for engineering services with MAI Engineering.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, do we have any discussion?
Just one question for Carl. So we're not paying, FDOT's paying, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then is this the same set of people who helped with the prior relocation?
Yes, they did phase 2, and I believe phase 1 as well.
Okay, so this is just another phase, another section.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more discussion? No more discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Okay, at this time, commissioners, before we do our law enforcement, we've got, if you're in approval of this, I would like to move, we have CRA there at the end. If we could move the CRA just into this spot for right now, I can close this out and we'll open up the CRA. And if everyone is okay with that, is that okay?
I don't see anything wrong with the order of the agenda.
Okay, well, I know we've got some people and we do have staff here that probably, I don't know that she necessarily needs to,
And then we're gonna have an introduction.
yes, we are.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Okay, so we're okay with that. So at this time, I'm gonna close out this meeting and open up our CRA meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item of consideration is we have an application for a special events grant for the Sunsets at Cinema. The application is for the 2 approved events. Dates we indicated for February 19th, March 19th. The request is for $1,500 to cover both events.
Okay, commissioners, do we have any discussion?
Yes, I have to recuse myself
Okay,
from this vote. I am a director of this group. And, so I recuse myself.
thank you.
Bobby, is that correct?
Her recusing herself?
Right. No, it's up to her. I thought,
I mean, it's up to her. The law is if it's a private gain or loss. I don't think it's a 501(c), right? So I don't think anything would be a private. But if she feels that she should.
Well, I don't want people to think that I'm
I understand from the safety, I understand that, from just erring on the side of caution.
that's fine.
Sometimes
I just want to
we need
clarify
to
for
do
the rest
that.
of us.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
So,
Okay, do we have any discussion?
I have a couple of questions, if I can find them. So, where does this money come from and how much do we have left? I looked in the CRA budget. Does this come out of special events?
Yes, we have a special events line, which historically has been where the special event grants, the Christmas fireworks money came out of the same line.
Right, so it looks like there's about 8,000 left.
I believe so. I think there was 10 to start.
There was 10, and then they had 2 for the
The
fireworks. The Eagle Lions Park, the Christmas celebration, I don't think they submitted any receipts, and it was, okay.
And that budget is for this purpose.
Right, so I guess my question is, are there any events that we usually fund that we're expecting or that we have on tap that this would have an adverse impact on? And do we have enough in the budget to do our usual events?
Yeah, historically, we funded the fireworks in July or June, in June for Independence Day. We also, I believe, funded the crappie.
I was gonna
tournament
say,
out of
we
this
did do the
fund.
crappie, yeah.
So, but there is enough money for the fireworks.
Right, and then, well, do we fund the fireworks? That, my question, I think I asked the other day is, I thought the money for special events was for publicity, not for actual expenses.
No,
I thought the yacht club paid for the fireworks and we gave them money for advertising.
The grant actually has a list of things that are eligible, which includes advertising, promotion, insurance, or specially delineated or pre-approved operational expenses for the event. So it's been the commission's will in the past to stipulate when awarding a grant. And that was before my time, but I guess the applicant said, we're going to use it to promote the event. And so it's stipulated that we'll reimburse your marketing expenses, but that was not a part of the grant requirements.
Got it. And then my last question is about the group. I did not realize this, but the Venture Corps is a corporation. I guess they put that in the packet and the request. It's a CB. What is the name of the corporation?
It's Crescent City Venture Corps, and it's a 501(c)(3) nonprofit.
For that.
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, we can now.
It's Crescent City Venture Corps, we're a 501(c)(3) nonprofit organization.
Okay. And you were, is this the one that was incorporated last summer?
Excuse me?
Is this the same organization that was incorporated last summer, or is it a different organization?
It's the same organization.
Okay, but now it has a 501(c)(3).
It was a 501(c)(3) originally. It always was. It was always a nonprofit organization.
Okay, but so it's an IRS 501(c)(3).
That is correct.
Okay,
I have a little something I'd like to read to you all if I could.
Okay.
Is that all right? In your packet, you're going to find our application for the Crescent City Venture Corps, which is a 501(c)(3) nonprofit made up of individuals as board members. Our first event was more than what we had expected. It was very successful with over 150 attendants and very well received by the community. As we prepared for our first event in January, as you know, the gazebo was in much disrepair. We collaborated with the city to have the public works power wash and repair the broken rails, and we volunteered to paint it before the event so that it was representing our city well. Salt and Pine was gracious enough to donate their time and talents for our first event. And because of the success and the high standard that they set, we realized that we want to continue to provide this quality entertainment for our community. Therefore, we secured the band Sleep for our next event on February 19th and are expecting at least as big of a crowd, if not larger. Sleep is a local jazz band from Palaka who will represent our group for Black History Month, and we cannot be more excited. Our final Sunset on Stella event will be March 19th. We invited Salt and Pine back for an encore performance to finish our 2022 Sunset on Stella event. Upon asking bands and vendors to come for our Sunset on Stella, we have found that the power supply to the gazebo is not adequate. So we will be looking into obtaining a mobile power source, not only for this, but for our future community events. As you can see, the grant that we are asking for is not just a handout, but we have skin in this game. The grant is to make sure that CCDC can continue to provide the community with exceptional all-inclusive gatherings. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, do we have any further discussion?
That was a great evening, by the way. Thank you so much for planning and producing it.
Thank you so much.
Everybody was really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed that evening. It just shows that we're kind of hungry in our community, and thank y'all for doing that.
Right.
For doing that. So with that, do we have any more discussion, commissioners, before we go forward?
I guess it's not really needed for the grant application, but the documents in the folder about the insurance are really not legible. So what we call the legible copy.
They're gonna provide me with copies we talked about earlier.
Okay.
No, I don't have
Okay.
it.
Do I have a motion? Do we have a motion?
I said,
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Another night on Lake Stella.
Thank you, Mayor. The last item is RFQ for continuing architectural services. This is pretty much exactly like the RFQ you approved for continuing planning services. We already have an engineer, continuing services contract, IT, et cetera. So this will be an opportunity for us. If it's projects coming up, whether it's facade renovation or the container park idea we talked about, we'll have them under contract, and rather than have to go out for an RFQ every single time when something comes up, we'll just be able to go to them to create a design for us. I need your approval to issue this, and then I'll bring you back the results in March.
Okay, commissioners, do we have any discussion?
I move that we allow Charles to issue the RFQ.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries. And do you want to make an introduction?
Oh, I do, that's true. We have hired a CRA, our CRA Main Street manager, Christina Marie Hyde, has come on board. This was a week ago Monday, and she had been attending the committee meetings for the downtown partnership ongoingly, was interested in what's going on in the community, and she's been a great fit and has really hit the ground running, working on an inventory of downtown businesses and buildings, and working with meeting the business owners and meeting the volunteers, the partnership, and get ready to plan that. So if you have any questions for her, you'll see her working.
Christina, well, thank you. Do we have commissioners? Do we have any?
And that will move it.
Glad to have her. Glad to have her. Thank you. She hit the ground. She did hit the ground, boy. She had some long days. She had some long days last week. She might have been questioning what she was getting herself into, but we're very excited about it. Excited about the future of where we're going, and how we go forward. Okay, with that, I'm going to close the CRA. Going to open back up our regular meeting, commission meeting, and we're going to go back to the law enforcement report. Commissioner Essery, Commissioner Essery. Captain Essery.
He probably rather be, captain.
He'd probably much rather be captain.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So I'll start off with some of the events that occurred in Crescent City. Again, what I'm reporting on here is what we report to the state for uniform crime reporting. So this is actually what we see, the things that they recommend we report when we take these cases. 252 South Summit Street was a theft that was reported around a stolen parking lot at this location. This is right there behind the church on Lemon Street, the parking lot there. The victim lives right across the street. She parked it there with leaving the keys in it, had a vehicle for sale, and decided to take a vehicle for a drive, a test drive for someone, a prospective buyer. And when they returned back, the hover-round was gone. Our detective started working on it and started looking at some video surveillance all around this area. All the video surveillance we could find, we cannot figure out where this thing went. So I don't know if it had helicopter blades on it or what, but we cannot see where this thing has left the area. So that is not an active investigation. We have closed that out just because we don't have any leads on it. We had several witnesses that were in the area, never seen this thing, and it has literally vanished, and I don't have any idea how it. So next up is the 304 Chestnut Street. It's a vehicle burglary. I'll talk about that next, because there's some specific details in it, how that was handled. We made an arrest in that case, and that gentleman is still in jail. The intersection of Pine Street and Reed Avenue, the victim, it's a vehicle theft. Victim reported the vehicle was stolen. He had a juvenile friend who they came down from Jacksonville with. He owns a piece of property here. They were actually working on 2 vehicles, and the juvenile here was wanting to go do a little riding around, I guess he would, and decided to take his adult friend's vehicle and proceeded back to Jacksonville. On his way to Jacksonville, the Blackburn Police Department intercepted the vehicle. A brief pursuit ensued. Of course, he's 17 years old. We've identified the suspect, so there's no reason to chase him. They let the vehicle go, and subsequently, the victim in this refused to press any charges just because it was a friend of his. One that's more interesting here is at 567 Grove Street. Is a strong arm robbery. Our victim was walking from Save-A-Lot on his way down Grove Street. He claims that a black male and a Hispanic male approached him, roughed him up a little bit, and ended up stealing the groceries he had, which is some miscellaneous items, frozen pizza and whatnot, and his wallet. Our units responded there. We had a very fast response time there, right at 2-minute response time. Our K9 unit responded. K9s could not find any traces of anything there. Our detectives moved in the next day. They also responded that night, but came back the next day, started looking for video surveillance, and we can't figure out where these guys went, where they came from, or any other circumstances other than what the victim was telling us. So that case now is still inactive as well. So if anything comes up in the future, obviously that will be reactivated, and we will pursue that aggressively. Traffic crash data, we only have 1 traffic crash that was reported. That was, when I say reported, that is what we actually wrote a report on. So those reports are usually for injuries and significant damage to vehicles. There was a few other ones that were self-reports that I just didn't include in here that were just minor traffic incidents that were self-reportable. So the number, the cost, the damage didn't rise to that level, and there were no injuries. More or less a parking lot crash where you bump into somebody. General activities here, this is just a breakdown of kind of what's going on in Crescent City. As you see here, that is the 214 is the total calls for service. And I'll go into some other things here. The traffic stops and the suspicious vehicles, suspicious persons are all self-initiated calls. So in a nutshell here, there was I believe it was 103 calls for service, if I'm doing my math correctly, over a 30 or 31 day period, which averaged out to about 3 calls per service a day in Crescent City, which is pretty good. And that's generally what's called in by the public that we have to respond to. But nearly half of those were self-generated, where the guys and girls are doing traffic stops and checking out with the suspicious person in vehicles and things like that. So when I spoke of the Chestnut Street, it's kind of hard to read this here, but this gentleman here, Colton Jones, we received a call of a burglary to a vehicle at 304 Chestnut Street. Once our units got on scene, they got a report that this gentleman, Mr. Colton Jones, drove by the victim's vehicle, seen a crime of opportunity, seen some tools out in the open in his truck, took those tools and proceeded to leave the scene. The following day, we received information later in the day that we had a possible location where this was at. Detectives followed up on that lead, which was a Facebook message, and then subsequently located Mr. Jones in a residence in Satsuma, San Mateo area, and he subsequently confessed to that crime, and we recovered most of the tools there. So that was a great case by them. The reason why I bring this picture up and I say, you see it's a hot spot here, you see there's several crimes, one that is down in the county, but we still consider that when we consider a crime spree. So obviously we want to identify these things. So there's a lot of things that start happening. Our crime analyst gets involved, our detectives get involved, our street crimes unit get involved. A lot of moving parts start happening when we have several crimes that start happening in one area, and that number is 2. So once the first one happens, you have a second one, all these things start happening, and then I have to present to the sheriff, obviously, what I'm doing with these crimes, and to you, what I'm doing with these crimes when we have similar incidents, it could be the same person. Through our investigation, it took a little time, but the 507 9th Street, I believe that is, the victim reported her purse there stolen the same day of the theft of the tools for 304 Chestnut. Unfortunately, while she had processed that scene and it went to turn in all the evidence when the second burglary came out. So later on, a few days later, the 507 9th Street, the victim found her purse. So that's not a crime. The one down in where you see in the county, the 2620 Highway 17 South, that's also in that same perimeter of what we were calling a hotspot. We have a person of interest identified in this one, not related to Mr. Jones. We just got to prove it. The 252 Summit Street was the hover round again. We do not think Mr. Jones was involved in this at all because he dropped the car and there's no way for him to pick it up. So we think all these crimes were unrelated. But again, when you have 2 crimes that happen in a specific location, there's a lot of things start happening. This is kind of how it unfolds. Any questions on Mr. Jones so far? So again, he is in jail. He is currently there right now. Don't know what his bond is, but he's been there for a while. And that's all I have so far, unless you have any questions.
Commissioners, do we have any questions of the captain?
I have one.
Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
In the neighborhood where, near Chestnut Street, where the tools were stolen, the perpetrator that you just had up on the screen. Someone asked me, and I've been seeing them, those little, realtor type signs have been popping up that say Crime Stoppers. Do you folks put them there?
We do, and that's one of the elements of when we have the crime spree that you see.
Right.
They'll hang things on doors for people to give us information, and that's just a way for, honestly, somebody to make a little bit of money if they have some information. So that's just part of that process when we have an area identified where we've had those 2 or more crimes, and that's when all these things start happening. Those signs start going out, neighborhood canvases start being covered. Our crime analysts come in, they start looking at our prolific offenders in the area, who has committed similar crimes like this in the past, and it's very, very technical what starts happening when we have those sprees.
The numbers trued up with something I saw on your social media, so I did ask code enforcement to go pick them up. But someone asked me about them and I couldn't say for sure how they got there, but so now we know, and that's very good information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the captain?
I did have one more thing. I know
Yes, sir.
last meeting we had the ATVs were a big issue.
Mhm.
And from what I can find is it's been a significant reduction in calls. So whatever has been done, whatever information has gotten out seems to be working. I know we're still seeing a little bit of it, but it seems that it's quelled a little. So whatever we're doing, we're gonna keep doing, and hopefully we'll have that resolved.
Thank you.
I have one.
Yes, Commissioner Burton?
A little later on in our conversation, the whole barrier for, I think Junction and Reed.
Yes.
Street, was gonna come up, and basically, it stated in your comments that wondering if we should still do it. So I was wondering, I wanted to ask you if you've seen a significant decrease in speeding cars and all the things that was supposed to happen over there on Pine Street, which kind of started that conversation.
If you'll forgive me, that's Main Street that runs through there.
Pine and Reed.
Pine.
Pine and Reed, where you had the signs up, where you put the
Right,
signs.
yeah, I realize that, but the street when you turn off of Pine onto Reed and that first left you would make there, what is that, the main?
That would be Main Street. I believe.
Main Street,
Yes.
correct. That's the problem that we're seeing is everybody that's coming from Old Highway 17, they're coming down, they're using that as kind of a shortcut and just using Main Street instead of 17 trying to get to the convenience store. So in my opinion, if we were to shut that road down just to try it out,
Yes.
it would prevent everybody from speeding on Main Street, and it would put them out on Highway 17 and maybe slow them down just a little bit, because they got a 35-mile-per-hour speed limit here and they got a 25 there. And a whole lot less pedestrian traffic if they're on 17.
Yeah, I think the original one was to put it on Pine Street, correct? Or are you suggesting move it down to Main Street or leave it right where we thought we
Leave
should?
it right there to shut down between Old Highway 17 and Reed Avenue.
Yeah.
Junction.
Junction, is that
Yeah,
junction? What junction, Old Highway 17?
Oh,
They-
Highway 17 runs into Pine.
So
Yes, so, right, Old Highway 17 would dead end in Pine, and you go across the junction on the Pine Street.
Right.
you can't tell one from the other.
Yes, right, it looks like a continual road.
Yeah.
Okay, so you think we should go forward with that?
I would try it.
Okay, all right, I know I'm stepping a little bit ahead, but I figured while I got them up there.
So yes, I think that would be the diversion to slow your traffic down on Main Street, because let's be honest, on a 25-mile-per-hour street, if somebody's doing 10 miles an hour over the speed limit, it looks like they're flying.
Yeah.
But when they're on a 35-mile-per-hour street and they're going 10 miles an hour over the speed limit, it's not as, plus, like I said, the foot traffic and stuff you have back there, I think that's gonna deter a lot of your traffic from coming down Main Street, and it'll put them on your Main Street on Summer Street.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions, Captain Esri? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open up public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. Keep in mind, please, that when you do come up for public comment, that there are other items on here that are going to be public hearings, one being the comp plan. We'll also open up public comment for that. So if you'll keep those comments for those agenda items, that would be nice. Thank you. Okay, you want to go ahead? Diane.
Over Chestnut Street. I wanted to ask, is there a way, because that burglary vehicle was at my house. And I was just curious, if you have we have an email that everybody gets, if they're on the email list about public things that are going on. Is there any way when a crime is committed that Captain Usry could report to you and an email could go out to people to beware of this particular vehicle or this particular person, that there's a crime that occurred in a neighborhood? Is that a possibility?
I
Or
believe
something you might want to consider?
Captain Esri had addressed that earlier about not, the issue with social media. It was not a good idea to discuss it while it's an active case or.
Okay, stop my timer because I have more things I want.
Karen, stop her timing, please.
Normally, when someone is involved in a crime and they obviously start seeing a lot of attention on social media, a lot of your evidence and stuff is going to be destroyed. Items that they have taken, everybody's getting the attention, word's getting around, items that have been taken, they're not going to be pawned. They're probably going to be thrown somewhere, probably in the river. So unfortunately, social media hurts us in a way.
I know that's what I'm saying.
But then after a while, it helps us also. So it's a fine balance. So on case by case basis, yes, absolutely. If there's a danger to the public, obviously, we're gonna put that information out there. But if it's something that we feel that we need to keep confidential, so we can raise the percentage of solvability for that case, then we're gonna do that.
Okay, I just preserve that citizens being aware that something's going on in the neighborhood, like.
Okay, hold on 1 second, Diane, please. Yes,
Yes.
Commissioner DeVito.
What Diane brought up about some kind of information for the public is something that I have been asking law enforcement for before I ever sat in this commission seat. And I understand that they don't want to jeopardize investigations, but I think especially in a small town, what Diane described is what I have described before, and that is, would it be possible to get some kind of bulletin from law enforcement sent to the city so that at least people would know there's been a burglary in the south part of the town, or there's been like this poor man who was attacked out on Grove Avenue. Just a heads up so that we could know that things are going on that we might want to be extra careful. So, and what Diane proposed, that if something of that nature could be done, I think it would help us. Be great. So anyway, sorry.
Captain, do you?
I'm up for anything that we can do to streamline some of the information out in the public. Obviously, I can work with Mr. Rudd here. I'm sure in the coming weeks, we can come up and figure out some type of a game plan that will suffice for the family. So I'm up for that. So we'll do that. I'll make that my challenge for the first of the week, to get that taken care of, so that we can get some, find a way to get some information out of, so that we don't have people wondering what's going on. But just understand, you are in good hands. With our solvability rates, you're in good hands.
That was pretty remarkable that they got power tools back. That was pretty remarkable. Okay, you want to start? Go ahead.
My other part was the consent agenda. As was discovered, there were different votes on different items on the consent agenda. So what constitutes a consent agenda item? And obviously, with so many different votes and 2 for nays and the rest for yays, we have a mix of votes. So how can you put stuff like that on the consent agenda? That's my question.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other public comment at this time? Yes, sir. If you'll just state your name and your address.
Yes, my name is Kelvin here. Address is 241 South Summit Street. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Crescent City Rotary Club, and I want to just inform the city, the commission, and the citizens of our county of what our Rotary Club has done and what our plans are moving forward for this year. It's obvious with the situation with the code we have, we all know that we haven't had a catfish festival in the past 2 years. It's also been discussed and pretty well known, we're not going to have one this year and for 2022. What I would like to focus on, that the Rotary Club's main goal for the last 40+ years, provide scholarships for our students at the, coming not only from high school, but we have done homeschool, we have done other, private situations. So I am proud to say that due to the last 2 years, that we have not had to deny not one student a scholarship. So even though we have not been able to have our main event, we always know it's been the catfish stuff. We're well funded. We are well funded for this year, 2021. We even have reserves that we're well funded into next year for 2023. So that's sort of what where we've been in the past. In the future, coming up, we have applied for permit and application for 2 events. On April 2nd, we plan on having, it's $1 for scholars dinner, fundraiser fish fry, who will be in Eagle Lions Park. My understanding, when I say my understanding, the events have been approved. We have submitted our applications. The reason why I say my understanding, even though I was involved in providing, having to provide the permit, our city manager been working with Steve Overturf. So, and Steve was not able to make it here tonight. So that's our first event. And I don't want this to be confused that it's a smaller version of catfish, it's mini catfish. It's nothing to do with catfish stuff. It is $1 for scholars fundraiser so that we can continue to fundraise our scholarship program. The other event that we have submitted an application plan, we have done, for many years, we have done a 5K run. It is a run that goes through our city, stopping from behind Napa on South Prospect. It continues through the part of town, goes all the way down, like it circles around and comes back. It is a sanctioned run. Sanctioned run means that we have had our course certified as a 3K. In the past, like the last one we had well over 200 participants. It usually brings 100+ individuals that come to our town to run. The reason they come here with being a sanctioned run. It is part of a group that gets points, that earns them points for events throughout the program. So we have submitted an application for that.
One moment.
Yes,
Commission, can we go ahead? Are you in favor with letting him continue, even though he's expired? Okay, I just want to make sure. Go ahead, I'm sorry about that.
okay, no.
I have, that's the rules.
So anyway, that's the two plans we have. We feel it's a low, when I say a low impact to our town for an event, even though it brings, you know, hopefully a couple hundred people. We will have the manpower to mark the streets. When we say mark streets, we'll be able to, in the past, we were able to, because we were doing these during our Catfish Festival. Then we incorporated the police department and many others to, you know, to just make it where when someone's crossing a main intersection, they do not get impacted by ongoing traffic. Here, we will be able to man that, and like I said, that's been in our application. Really, the permission of the city was just to let us use that run. So that's sort of the two events coming up. Our mission has also always been that the Rotary Club assists other organizations in any way we can. For example, a lot of times our tents, like we had the Christmas party, our tents go up in the park, we come in and set the tents up for you. We have picnic tables that we bring, support the community. We've used them at several events, and our Rotary Club will still be here and active and continuing to do that. So that's sort of where the Rotary Club is at this point.
Well, thank you, thank you. I'm glad you clarified that. I know we get a lot of questions
Yes.
about what's going on and the amount of time, effort, and monies that go into putting on the Catfish Festival.
Yes.
You know, we understand, so.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did Kelvin mention the date of the run?
Can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did Kelvin mention the date of the 5K run?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not. That is May 14th. That is a Saturday. It starts at 8 o'clock in the morning, lasts about approximately 2 hours. So that event will be going on, you know, for that morning of the Saturday the 14th.
What, and then how do people register?
We will shortly have an online registration. We will be promoting it here closer to the event. There is the organization that we use that runs the sanctioned runs. They promote it for us. They promote it on social media. We will be putting out information here locally in our newspapers, by flyers within our community. We will probably possibly be back to a mission meeting closer to it to promote the event. So we will promote it not only locally, but it does get promoted on social media. Most of the people that run end up following social media to find, and they have online registration, or they can pay at the event. They can pay at the event and not have to, you know, they can just show up at the event and pay there, or they can join, pay online and save, I think it's like $5 they save.
Do you know what the fee is gonna be?
I'm pretty sure it's $30
Okay.
the day of the event. I think it's 25. Now, I could be $5 one way or another, but it's in that 25 to $30 range. I will say we've done it in the past. It makes for a good fundraiser for us, so it does well. We're always able to get some form of a sponsorship for it. But the run itself, the registration fee, not only pays for the whole event, there is a profit margin in the runs also. So it is a fundraiser that does well and low impact we need to do.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
Any other questions? Okay,
All right,
thank you so
thank
much
you.
for the update. We appreciate it. Mr. Coleman?
Like school like molasses, but when you get there, it tastes good.
It's always got some humor.
Lions Cove, 517, right at the Crescent City. November 12th, the Veterans Day parade is back. And, you know, but see, what we're gonna have to do this year, we've been
me and my, crew, we've been coming out of our pockets for the parade. This year, we're looking for, maybe some small donations because we need to do things, done. Cause like I say, well, because of the pandemic, we didn't have two parades. But this year here, we're gonna, like I say, we're gonna have to go ahead and have a parade this year. And if anybody wants to participate, that'd be great. If anybody wants to do donations, that'd be great too, because our donations go to Jenny from the Crescent City Chemist Club. And then it comes back, if we need anything for an expenditure, we get it from Crescent. Donations are gladly appreciated this year.
Okay.
And if there's any questions, I got business cards. So if anybody needs my phone number, any kind of question. And the other one is where I live at 517 Brandon Avenue. It's also 308. I know it's a county road, but if 308 and Brandon Avenue, which one is considered? Because there's definitely a speed problem there. And I might be the voice of one, but I speak for many. When I say to pedestrians and some cars, I mean, I've seen cars that want to turn at over Walnut Street, they're making a left, and when they come around, I mean, and they continue, and when they see that flashing red light, it seems like they got to speed up to that light there. Is it possible, as they say, okay, do you have any friends up in the county, whatever, the planning and development? Because across the street from my house, they cleared out that landing, and there's not even a school bus sign. And the school bus stops right there at that intersection. And it's like, it's dangerous. It's dangerous all the way around. And people just, I don't know, just want to go fast. I would say speed on 80 ain't but half full. But it drives to kill itself. But I mean, also at the same time, taking into consideration, I would want to be one of those chalk lines on the road there from where I was, and then the coroner came to pick me up on what pieces was left. And the children that walk over there, there's adults, senior citizens that walk up to the Circle K or the Subway or the Domino's, and you to the Dollar Store. We need to kind of speed deterrent there. The police, they're doing a good job. I mean, they can't be there all the time. I know students stuff, but they can't be there all the time. But a speed hump or something like that, because it's dangerous right there. It's very dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Glad to know that the Veterans Parade is coming back.
Oh, yeah.
Looking forward to that. We want to build the street. We want to build the street.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Because it brings a little commerce to the account.
And Captain,
Thank you, Larry.
you heard what he had to say about 308. I know it's a county road, so we're limited in what we can do there, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Coleman.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure. Yes, ma'am. If you'll state your name and your address.
Good evening, I just moved here from Seminole County, Monday.
Welcome.
And my name is Elizabeth Gomez. I just retired from Walmart, 25 years with them. And
Can
I
you
just
state your address? I'm sorry, if you state your address.
19 Cedar Street, right behind here.
Okay.
Right behind. And I just wonder if you, I'm a Walmart person. My store manager would tour the store every morning and see what problems there were in the store. And I wonder if you have gone behind here in the streets. There's right in front of the gazebo, there's a beat up house that is torn apart. I don't know how this lady that was here with her nonprofit had an event when I would be embarrassed to even bring my family with that house. Right behind here, there's a house that has all of the belongings outside, furniture, food, and everything. Who takes care of that? I don't mind doing it. I'm bringing you a problem, but I also bring you a solution. I will take care of it, but is that
And am I gonna get in trouble if I start putting that trash in bags and put it in my own garbage so the city will take it? I've just been here a week and I love the city. I'm very proud of this city. You have the most beautiful sunsets and sunrises. I live in I'm here representing the African Americans back here. There's 10 boys working, playing basketball in a little beat up basketball hoop. I see parks, I see a dog park, do we have basketball courts for these little boys?
Yes,
ma'am, we do.
Yes, we
Okay.
do.
That's all I wanted to know. I introduced myself to my neighbor because 2 of my cats have run away. All of my cats are neutered, spayed, and I met Eddie on the corner, and he has 15 cats he's feeding. So I told Eddie, if you keep feeding the cats, more will come. Do we have a program for these cats to be? Because I told Eddie, I will start taking the cats and fixing them. There's a lot of bushes there that need to come down. Like I said, my husband is a handyman. We don't mind doing that on our own time. But I don't want to step on nobody's toes, and take over the city. It's your city. But I
Well, it's
feel
your
very
city,
proud.
too. It's your city.
It's now my
Yeah.
city, so I see these problems. And the gazebo is beautiful. But once, you walk around inside the street, just right behind City Hall, you see little cancers coming up. And I don't know if anybody's paying attention to that.
Oh, yeah.
I am.
Oh, yes, we are.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I will start taking care of the trash myself.
Okay.
Um,
And also, if you do have some concerns, please don't hesitate. Please don't hesitate to reach out to us and stop in and we'll. love to.
I was here in the first meeting because they told me I was paying for the water and gas. And 2 African Americans came in looking for the right door. So they told them it was this door. And yes, it was 2 in the afternoon, but there were just 7 people and they were all African Americans. Now I see these people full of people and I don't see no representation of African Americans. So I'm here to represent them because they just live right here behind the street.
And some of those property owners, Charles and I actually rode down there. That was permission. Excuse me. Sorry, I Pat was sitting behind her, so she didn't see Pat, but we have several residents there on Cedar Street and Charles and we drove through there the other day and because one of them asked me to drive down and just see all the changes that they're making down there. And they're taking pride, they're starting to really take pride in their homes. So that's a spillover effect. We hope that, with you coming in and that other people will want to take pride in their community.
Well, maybe you
as
can
well.
see my house. I already decorated and everything. I'm all into art, nature. And if you feel good, you make other people feel good, it's contagious.
Well, thank you and
Yes,
welcome.
and welcome.
And
Thank you.
welcome.
What is your name again?
My name is Elizabeth Gomez and I came to volunteer and to help.
Okay,
Thank
be
you.
careful because we'll look you up. There's a lot to
And I am
volunteer for.
sorry, I'm 61 years old. I never been in a meeting like this. I thought I was in church for a minute. I'm sorry for that. I was the one that's.
No, you're fine. We love that. Thank you for getting involved. Thank you for getting involved.
The house she mentioned is on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear that, Elizabeth? The house that you mentioned, if you might want to stick around, is going to be on our agenda to discuss. So you might just want to stick around and hear what they have to say.
I don't want to buy the whole lot.
Okay.
Sell it to me and I want to start a community garden.
Okay. I was just gonna tell you, you might want to stick around. Okay, do we have any other public comment? Mr. King?
Scott King, 721 London Avenue. I wasn't gonna talk tonight, but y'all went and messed up earlier, so I'm gonna straighten you out.
Okay, what do we do?
No, but really, I'm very disappointed that you didn't find a way to waive the open container ordinance for 2 events on Lake Stella. And there's a number of reasons I'm curious. One would be, this is an event for adults. The the type of music being played is not gonna draw 21, 22-year-olds, 23-year-olds. So it's not like it's a young adult event where you're gonna have a lot of alcohol and drugs or what have you. You know, I don't know about you guys, but the rest of us are trying to do something with this town. We're trying to, and I say we, I mean everybody, where you've got people from all different facets working on things. But here we are trying to have some events so that we can draw some customers. So that then maybe we could draw some small businesses and then maybe we could have an economy in our town again. And not allowing that one event to have alcohol, which, you know, would be proper at a jazz show. Really just smells more like the past. No, 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 don't grow, don't do anything. Let's just stay where we are. Let's continue deteriorating. Let's continue knocking buildings down. Let's continue sending our kids out of town to work when they graduate high school. The idea of how do we say no to the next group? Well, if the next group is going to have an event that small, hour and a half, is that right? Hour and a half for adults, then I would say we would do it again. If you're going to have 20,000 people for the Catfish Festival, maybe not. If you're going to have a movie in the park for children, maybe not. So to class every event in the same vein and say that we're worried that we might have to say no to somebody else. If it's inappropriate, it's inappropriate. If it's not safe, it's not safe. Let's not judge them all together. So, so again, I didn't see the harm. Opportunity for drunken behavior is pretty low. And you can say no to the next group if it's not appropriate. So I'd like us to rethink that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good points. Very good points. Thank you. Any other public comment? This is your chance. Seeing no more public comment, I'm going to go ahead and close out public comment at this time. We've got some meaty stuff coming up, and we also have Charles here. Yeah, so commissioners, if we want to go ahead and again take that out of order, you know, when you set an agenda, everybody agendas take on a life of their own, and so sometimes we have to be a little flexible with our agendas. So I'm going to ask that if you're okay with that, we're going to go ahead and bring Charles forward for the discussion for having Putnam County Supervisor of Elections administer our city elections. So is everyone okay with that?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You want to go ahead, Charles?
Okay, I didn't know what Charles.
Okay, Charles, I'm sorry, Charles.
Actually, this is
Charles,
an
if you
item.
want to come forward, just,
Yeah, come on up and, so the issue before you, of course, is to have our elections handled by the supervisor of elections. I think you're all familiar with this, this notion has come up before. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Oakley. How will we do?
Well, technically, you all have been doing just a small part of the election. We run everything else for you and have for years. The only part that you all had done was the actual qualifying part. Deb used to do it, and she would consult with me daily about the paperwork and those kind of things. So really, probably the only thing you're talking about would be if you want the office, myself, I'm the one that does the qualifying for all my candidates, to, you know, handle that part of it. And, you know, let everybody know, you and Karen and Phil and I had a discussion about that a few months ago, and you all had approached me about it. I'm willing to help you do that and take it over, but I want you to know I never try to step on the town's, the council's toes, so to speak, and to take over something that you all don't want us to do. We're here to help, but I don't want you to feel like it has to be done. I did just take the city town of Palatka just approached me, and I did that for them, and I'll explain how I did it. They have a 2-week period in their charter for qualifying. You all are like the rest of us, we have a 1-week period. And so what I told them was, instead of them having to drive to Palatka to the office up there, I would set a date with the mayor and that they would publicize it and let the incumbents know and let the public know in case somebody wanted to run. And so I came down and we met with them. I had all 4 candidates that actually did qualifying for the town of Willaca the same day. In fact, I did the presentation and then we helped them do the paperwork so that everything was done, so that when they walked out that day, they knew they were going to be on the ballot coming up in March. So again, I would propose probably if you want us to do that same thing, that I will get with you all and say, here's our 5-day period. I'll come down on Monday or Tuesday or whatever. You all let everybody know this coming year. We've got the 2 ladies on the left-hand side here that their seats are up. So I would let them know and, you know, so that we could be here to qualify them. But we would also, you know, do our best to let the public know in case there is people that want to run. And we try to do it all together. I try to answer any and every question so that way we treat everybody fair, equally, you know, that kind of thing. But we get it done, make sure that we get it right so that, you know, we don't end up in court or, you know, some kind of problem like that.
Did you have an agreement that you drafted for Willaca, or did you do a resolution?
They did it. They just passed a resolution that said from now on, the supervisor's elections office will do the qualifying period.
I believe, Bobby, I believe we're gonna have to, I think we're gonna have to do it by ordinance. So I believe we have to do ours by ordinance, so we would take it up in March, the first reading and then the second reading in April. Is that correct?
Just so everybody will know, I came several years ago and we worked it out, so all of our cities that are not like the city of Willaca, which is on our actual schedule, and they qualify at the same time as our county residents, our county candidates do. We set the first full week of August for Beaumont Park, you all, and for Interlaken. And so that would be August 1st through the 5th this coming year, this coming fall. And that's when I would, you know, if you all pass it, that's when we'd set a date and try to come and, you know, be as helpful as we can be.
So it'd be the first week of August.
Yeah, and the first day is August 1st is that Monday, so it'd be Monday through the Friday. And the state statute does it from noon to noon, and I've tried to follow that example with every time we've done it with cities or towns. So it would be starting at noon on that Monday, and it would end at noon on that Friday. And we would get everything done because there've been several court cases, and the court cases, if you're 1 minute past the noon, you're not on the ballot. So we would make sure that everything is done. So we always try to make sure to tell candidates or prospective candidates, don't show up at 11:30 or 11:45 and expect us to be able to handle everything. So that's why I said we would probably try to come. I'd probably schedule it for either Monday afternoon or Tuesday so that we give the candidates time to go get their petitions, to go do what they need to do and make sure that they've got all the paperwork so that there's no chance that noon on Friday is going to go by and we're going to, you know, have somebody discuss it.
Okay. Okay, commissioners, I know this was brought up at before the last election, I believe, by Commissioner DeVito. And, but a lot of things have changed in the election world. So Commissioner DeVito, do you want to have any comments?
I have a question.
Okay.
So, yes, and I did bring this up 2 years ago. I think it's a great idea. It's a
Very good.
burden on the city, and Mr. Overturf is the expert.
And it's a liability too. It can be a liability too.
Right, but it's a heavy paperwork work. And Mr. Overturf, I thought when I talked to you a couple of years ago, you had mentioned that you do an informational meeting for prospective candidates. Is that correct?
I could, yes, ma'am. What I did for Willaca was I just incorporated it. I went through the whole packet that you all had seen before.
Right.
Like I said, Deb usually would do it when she was here.
Right.
But I would go through all of that and answer any questions and, you know, that kind of thing.
Right. But did a couple of years ago, did you come down and do a meeting in Pomona Park? Did I recall you telling me that?
Again, but it was the same thing where,
Right.
and they had 5 candidates that year, all incumbents. So I just bet with all of them, we went through all the same thing, you know, at the same time.
Right.
So you have like a little workshop. Is it more like a workshop type?
It can be, but I usually try to group it where if we're in that week, I want to make sure we get everybody done, you know, that kind of thing. And I'm already reaching out to, we'll reach out to Lamar Park because they want us to continue to do that.
Right, because I had thought you had said like you could do it all for Crescent City or Pomona Park if Crescent City asked for your services. But anyway, so that's something that you do for every town if you're handling their qualifying.
Right, and I see what you're saying now. I'm not against. I just know somebody
No,
would
I
have
don't
to
care how
travel
you,
somewhere.
I don't
so-
care how you do it. I just
Yeah.
was trying to clarify what you had told me about and
Right.
you're really describing it. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, do we have any other questions of?
Nope.
We're gonna need a motion to, and in your motion, make sure, because this, like I said, it was my understanding we were gonna have to do this through an ordinance, so you might want to incorporate that into your motion,
Okay.
the direction, so.
Right. So I would move that we direct our city attorney to draft an ordinance that would allow the supervisor of elections for Putnam County to handle qualifying and any other related election functions that need to be performed that he doesn't already do.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Commissioners, do we have any other discussion or questions? Okay, with that, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Thank you so much. We thank you for the support you give us and everything that you've done in the past, and we look forward to working more closely with you in the future. And thank you for sitting through this meeting, and I know you've got a drive home, so we appreciate that. You're always there if anybody needs you, so thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You are a perfect example of a good public servant, and we appreciate that.
He's the first guy tonight that's said thank you with a smile, and we give him more work to do.
Yeah, I know, give him more work. He always has a smile. He always has a smile on his face. Charles always does. Okay, with that, I'm going to come back and we're going to open up our public hearings. So I'm going to turn this over to Bobby. Do you want to start with the second reading of ordinance 2022-01?
Yes, ma'am. 2201, an ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending the Crescent City Comprehensive Plan as previously amended, providing for amendment to the future land use map and the future land use element relative to certain real property containing 0.34 acres owned by Brooks E. Tomlin, bearing parcel ID 1912-281750-05300011, located on the west side of North Prospect Street, approximately 92 feet south of Magnolia Avenue, from the commercial to the residential low density future land use designation, providing for legislative findings and intent, providing for the assignment of future land use designation to the property, providing for implementing administrative actions, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for non-codification, and providing for an effective date.
I make a motion that we accept
I'll
the
second.
second reading of ordinance 2022-01.
Okay, I've got to open
Final
this
reading.
up, but do we have any additional factual testimony for or against? Okay, do we have any public input on this? So this is, we're taking a parcel that is on North Prospect Street, and we are changing it from commercial to single family, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, this is what this is. Okay, second reading. So do we have any public input on this? Seeing no one come to the podium, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Ordinance carries. Pass.
2022-02, an ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, providing for the rezoning of real property totaling 0.34 acres owned by Brooks E. Tomlin, bearing parcel ID number 1912-281750-05300011, located on the west side of North Prospect Street, approximately 92 feet south of Magnolia Avenue, from GC1 General Commercial District to the SR1 Single Family Residential District, providing for the taking of implementing administrative actions, providing for the adoption of maps. By reference, providing for implementing administrative actions, repealing all conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, providing for non-codification, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, this again is that same parcel, and so I think probably what we need some clarification is for the two ordinances. One is.
One actually changes the zoning and one changes the future land use map.
Okay. Clarification. Okay, do we have any additional factual testimony for or against? Okay, what about public input? Do we have any public input on this? I'm going to close public input. Commissioners, you need a motion and a second, please.
I move.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and acceptance, a motion and a second to accept the second reading of the ordinance. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
2022-03 amending land development code, an ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending section 3.4.5 of the land development of the Crescent City. City of Crescent City as previously amended, providing for residential dwelling units as a permitted use in the GC1 district, providing for legislative findings and intent, providing for implementing administrative actions, providing for severability, providing for ratification of prior acts of the city, providing for conflicts, providing for codification and directions to the code codifier, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor, this item is coming before you as an effort to really facilitate mixed use in the city. Currently, our rules require that apartments on the second floor must be related to the first floor, such as the owner of the business on the first floor could live upstairs. And this would allow us to have second floor apartments that are not related to the first floor commercial use, either above or behind the structure. And this is for, we do have several existing structures with second floor apartments, which currently are essentially unusable for this reason. And in the future would allow for mixed use development that we hope would occur on the old Miller property.
So as we go forward, this would allow for that. It's not just the existing, it would be the future ones also.
Correct.
Okay, with that, I'm going to ask for if there's any additional factual testimony for or against. Okay, is there any public input? Do we have any public input on this? Seeing no one come to the podium. Commissioners, do we have, do we want to, a motion? And then we can start discussion. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Commissioner DeVito?
I have two questions.
Okay.
One, is my understanding that there are people living, that this would essentially legalize what is already happening? Because I think there are apartments over some of the commercial buildings downtown.
Yes.
I mean, I'm in favor of it because it was intended to be that way. It has been in the past as a historical use. My only question when I looked at the actual language of the ordinance, I don't know where I found it. It just says we can have apartments or we can have dwelling units. Do we need to have any kind of standard for how many units we have up above, or would that be taken care of by other provisions in the code?
That would be taken care of by the provisions, there'd be in the minimum size and so forth, would be elsewhere. This just allows that. As
Okay, and so the, for example, you could have, the way this is worded, you could have a commercial building that maybe was actually didn't have an active business, and you could still have the units up above.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Okay. Any other comments? With that, we have a motion and a second for the first reading, ordinance 2022-03. Do all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, so it carries forward to the second reading. Okay, Do you want us to take a 5-minute recess? If you would like to. Okay. So before we get started, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess because this one might take a little while. So just to give everybody a chance to. So we will reconvene in 5 minutes. Okay, call the meeting back to order.
I think she's not.
What?
Never mind. It's not my business.
Okay. We're gonna move on to Bobby, if you want to. You can have Bobby read that.
2022 board ordinance of the city commission of the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending the city of Crescent City's comprehensive plan to incorporate changes recommended by the evaluation and appraisal review, amending the comprehensive plan by adopting the evaluation and appraisal review, amendments adopting a private property rights element, amending the text printed to permit solar facilities and agricultural and replacement of the future land use map series, providing for conflicts, providing for ratification of prior acts, providing for codification and exhibits, providing for severability, and providing for effective date.
So at this time, I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for, we want to have a presentation first. You want to have a presentation first? or-
Sure, I'd like to make just a few remarks, just to kind of let you know, tonight, this is before you, for the first reading, which would mean, we would transmit this to the state for state agency review. And I know there are a lot of questions out there about it and whether we should do that or not. And of course, we have the option of voting no. We could, it's the next step I can bring back for you in March, proposals to rewrite our comprehensive plan and our future land use map and our agreement prices and timelines and so forth. To do that, and our comprehensive plan will be out of compliance. My recommendation to you is to, let's go ahead and get in compliance. And we can still do that process if it's your desire to rewrite the comprehensive plan from scratch and go through that. It's probably a 6-month more process, but it can be done. You can redo the map completely. It's all at your discretion as a process. And we'd be able to do that because our comp plan would be in compliance, and then we transmit those changes to the state. So that's my recommendation. We're going a presentation by our consultants who have done this for us. Make these evaluation and appraisal review related updates to bring us into compliance.
Okay. So I think what we'll do is, you want to go ahead and make your presentation, then we'll open it up for the rest and the public comment, and we can discuss it ourselves. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the commission. I'm Margot Moore with the Northeast Florida Regional Council. Comprehensive plans are supposed to embody the vision for the city, if you will. So they're supposed to be big picture documents. And having said that, they're also regulated by the state. So there are kind of two things going on here, and it was alluded to earlier when we talked about the contract that you guys have with us. The state requires that you review your comprehensive plan every 7 years, and that's a compliance review. So reviewing if there have been legislative changes that affect the comprehensive plan, reviewing if the data is up to date, reviewing, kind of the nuts and bolts of the comprehensive plan. The state requires those 7-year reviews in geographical areas. So the towns and cities in Putnam County all came up in this sort of similar timeframe. So the regional council noticed that and kind of reached out and said, the compliance review is coming up. Are you interested in the regional council kind of doing it for you? And the reason we asked that question is because there are technical assistance grants made available through the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity to pay for that. And there are probably economies of scale, and we're finding that there are in looking at several towns or cities at the same time. So we are currently working with the city of Crescent City and Willaca and Interlochen. And so there, within the scope of the contract that you have with us, there are two things. One is that compliance review, which we're here to talk about tonight. And the other part of the scope was a workshop that we did in October, what was that, October, but earlier, and a survey that you guys will remember we had online. And that was an effort to kind of gather information from the community about whether the vision is appropriately incorporated in the plan. So you recall we asked questions like, what should change about Crescent City? What should not change about Crescent City? So that's not related to compliance, that's, does the plan reflect the vision? And hopefully the result, if you'll remember, we got a very robust response to the survey. And so those results will hopefully give the city some information as to whether or not a more, a sort of overview of the plan to see if it reflects the vision is something that you want to do. But as far as compliance, that's what the regional council is providing tonight is what has changed, what statutorily has changed that therefore requires changes in the plan. What we look at is as far as data, and Robert can kind of take you through what we're proposing to change, as well as some immediate changes that you brought to our attention that you know now you'd like to change. So, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's kind of the overview of what we're doing. Thank you. And let me introduce Robert Jordan, the Commissioner.
So last week we had a workshop with the City Commission to discuss proposed changes to the comprehensive plan. Just a kind of brief overview of what has proposed to change, what we propose to change in the sense of planning timeframe that's been updated to 2035 to reflect the best available data. We've also added in statutory required housing in future land use element, and that basically there's a statutory definition of that, and it's what's changed is it's allowed industrial land use or zoning categories. Solar facilities as listed in agricultural use, the map series, there's a required map series that is required by statute to be part of the comprehensive plan, water supply facility work plan to reflect that Putnam County as a whole is in the water caution area, and that's required to be reviewed by the Water Management District. And private property rights element as required, effective from July 1st of 2021, there has to be a separate private property rights element in the statute. There's recommended statutory text that would make up that. Based on comments from the workshop last week, we did some changes that were there were some areas of the text that still said some older agencies like FDER, we changed those to FDEP, changes for reflecting the regional council, regional approaches, as well as we reintroduced a text that referred to there was a reference to the police department. That whole text had been taken out in those policies in the public facilities element and in the conservation element in regards to monitoring certain
Toxic waste dumping.
toxic, yes, and illegal dumping of hazardous materials. And we had introduced law enforcement per the commission's request. There was also a request by city staff on the one of the required map series is the pedestrian and bicycle lanes map. There was a request by the city staff to actually to add, and this was provided, the location was provided by city staff of a share, which is a shared trail road that is been added to the map that's in your series. So I believe it's the last map in the series.
He's right here too. There's a handout.
So that's what's been added to that. And there's also per comments from both after the workshop, the conservation future land use district in the future land use element text has been brought back into that description, mentioning the islands and wetlands around, and that has been reflected to the future land use. And I do want to emphasize that the private property rights element is going to be a separate element and that is statutory required.
So at this time, commissioners, I'm going to go ahead if everyone is okay with it, we'll ask for the additional factual testimony. Do we have any additional factual testimony for or against? Seeing one public input. Do we have any public input? Does anybody want to make any comments? Please state your name and your address.
Diane Sykes, 304 Chestnut. I was not at the public meeting last week. I had another obligation, but I was at the planning and zoning when it was brought up that the planning and zoning map does not match the comprehensive plan in that everything south of Central is zoned medium density instead of low density. No,
It's not zoned as a
Or
future land use.
future land use, okay, and, a decision was made at the time that, it would be better to move forward just the way it was and change it later. I don't understand why we wouldn't do an ordinance now since we do have the time. And it doesn't have to be turned in until July, which is 1 year from the date that the letter went out. Why we would leave it incorrect as far as planning and zoning believes that it's incorrect. And when I was at the meeting, we were going to investigate to find the ordinance that changed it from low density to medium density.
Actually, it was my mistake. I thought we were referring to single parcels. A couple people had brought up their parcel had a different future land use than their current zoning. So I thought there must have been some parcels that didn't get updated. When I looked at the two maps, I realized it was the entire neighborhood that we're talking about. So that was my mistake. And it's been that future land use since prior to 2007. So it wasn't actually a mistake. It's at some point, a planning commission and a city commission approved that future land use. We could change it in the future. There's a public process to go through those boards again. But it is correct as a higher density for the future land use and the current zones.
But planning and zoning has agreed that they didn't want it that way, that they wanted it lower density, low density. Is that not what we want?
Well, we couldn't change it in this process. We'd have to, it'd be a lengthy process to identify and do public hearings and go back to planning and zoning. It'd be a long process to do it, but not in this
I
process.
thought it required an ordinance. You said it was done by ordinance before, so why can't it be undone by ordinance?
Well, it would be done by an ordinance, but first you'd have to go to the planning and zoning. All the property owners have to be notified, they have to agree. And then it would go to the city commission, just like when we just did the property on Prospect. There's an ordinance to change the zoning, we would do an ordinance to change the future land use to a lower density. However, if anyone objected, I'm afraid you have to work that out, how those changes would occur.
Is that in the making there? Because it sounded like planning and zoning did not agree that the comprehensive plan, it doesn't match the planning and zoning map.
They don't match
They
any
won't
state.
match. They won't match.
And is it agreed that we do want it to be changed to low density as opposed to allowing 10 units per acre?
Not necessarily.
It'll be up to the commission to decide that. As I mentioned, we can go through that process.
I'm going to at this time. Her time has expired. Commissioners, can we extend her time?
Sure.
Okay, we're gonna extend her time.
Well, we talked about this pretty extensively at our last meeting, and I'm gonna say it again, because I think it's important that everybody kind of understands that a future land use map is a planning tool. It's not, I think you were at the meeting where Mr. Karat implied at the planning and zoning board meeting, or at that zoning board meeting, that was, that trumped everything. And it really kind of doesn't. The zoning code is how we do our business. But the future land use map is a planning tool for future land use. And maybe I can put a little, it's kind of like planning a family, just hear me out just a little bit. If you're planning a family, you get married and you're driving a Volkswagen, next year you have a child, well, you need a bigger car. Okay, so now you have one child and a bigger car. Okay, well, your future planning, okay, is, next thing you know, you've got 2 kids and 2 dogs and you need a minivan. Okay, next thing, you all go to college. Now you start planning, your plan changes. It's in constant movement. That's what a future planning map tool is. It's not set in stone. So it's, I think that's the easiest way that I really.
But I thought that through planning and zoning, the city manager had agreed to investigate and find out how it got that way in the first place, because people who live south of Central don't necessarily agree with 10 minutes greater.
Chances are it's not gonna change. It'll be zoned whatever they live in at this moment, is what I'm trying to say. But the city, you know, if you look at any city, it's kind of it's a life of its own, and to grow, sometimes it just needs the space, and it needs the plan that might allow that to happen, and that's what I mean, it might allow it to happen. That doesn't mean that it will, but it sets up different areas where it might be allowed to happen. I don't know how else to
Do you
explain
want,
it.
Charles, do you want,
I don't believe the planning and zoning agreed that it should be allowed to happen. That was
I
my
think they do.
understanding when I got in the meeting.
okay,
That'll be your decision, commission's decision, if you want to change the future line
okay. They moved it forward for us with,
for compliance.
for compliance. Okay, do we have any other public comment? No other public comment?
I'm very surprised we don't have public comment, because I see people here who said they had comments. This is the time, if you have questions. or
You have
something to
questions,
say.
this is the time to
That's
express
pretty
them.
To finish my concern that if we pass this, then basically we don't have to go back to the state again. And what I heard was we could change anything up to 50 acres without having to go back to the state. So that was a concern.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so seeing no one come, no one's gonna come forward, so.
I'm just flummoxed.
I think some people love.
Lisa Dempsey, 330 Pine Street. Okay, my question is this, if the future land use map is simply it's a vision. And why did the last ordinance that just passed, we changed the ordinance, we changed the zoning on the zoning map and also the future land use. I've never seen that happen before, and I've been to quite a few meetings.
So if the proposed zoning change is inconsistent with the future land use, you have to just update future land use.
Okay, but I guess basically, and I was told this by Deb Lazarus, who sat in Karen's seat, that this map passed in 2007. It was created, and obviously the public did not know about it.
I lived here, I didn't get it.
I'm just saying, the public was not, I wasn't here, but I'm just saying, obviously there was.
They would have had to have done it publicly, I mean, in 07. Now, of course, I wasn't living here in 07, but.
Right,
but
so there were.
It's a very public process.
Right,
The whole
I wasn't here
No,
either.
I mean, the comp plan is a very public process.
So that was done in 2007, correct?
The most recent
The
update
most
to
recent
that,
one.
yes.
So when were we supposed to turn it back in again? If it was 2007, that would be 2014? Was it ever 7 years?
No,
So we're like way behind, and that's why this has to.
no, we did one, was it 20, what was it, 2014?
You can send a letter back saying no change.
No changes, you can send the letter, yeah, and they were in compliance.
Okay, I'm
So
just
now we're out of
simply
compliance.
I'm trying to understand, so it became in 2007, we reinstated it in 2014 as is, and now in 2022, we are making some changes to it and getting it back to them.
Well, we got it in 21, the notice,
Yes.
and there were some legislative changes that we were required to
That
have.
were required to
elements
have.
to our comp plan.
Have in there, but
So we couldn't say no change, we had to add those elements.
Right, so we were required by the state to change it.
To add private property rights, solar power.
Right, okay, I'm just trying to
okay, wait.
completely get every.
Well,
Hang on, Lisa, because I I think there's some information that we've said before that would help you understand. What's required to be done every 7 years is what we're doing now. And that is the evaluation and appraisal review. And Mayor, you said you call it.
It's called an ear. It's
An
called,
ear.
that's what they refer to it. It's
Right.
called the ear, evaluation and review.
That's technical. So in other words, I'm sorry, I'm taking our time.
But
So when
we're
you
gonna
do the-
extend her time.
Sure. When you do the technical review, that brings you into compliance with all these items that they're mentioning about population and state statutes. You don't, really, it does not involve changing your future land use designation. That's what we would call a substantive change. So what Deb Wazowitz is telling you is the substantive changes to the future land use map designation were apparently, I don't know for sure, possibly done in 2007, but there was another update done that was technical in 2014. So there's two different kinds of ways to amend your plan. Mayor, do you think I'm saying that right? So one, and they happen probably at different times. So we are focusing on the technical one right now, but I share some of your questions about how we got this map. And I share those questions.
Thank you.
So did that help?
Yeah.
And this is this was something that was done back in, it was 1985, correct? When the comp plan requirement was placed on, municipalities, counties, everybody, it was comp plan requirement. So when did we have our first, was ours 1992?
I think it was 91.
91, okay, so 1991 is when it was first developed and presented. So this has been carrying forward. Now, we don't know really what happened in 07, if there was a significant change to it or not, or if it was just part of that 7-year. Okay, okay. Do we have any other public comment? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. And open it up to commissioners for discussion. Do we have any questions?
I don't like this area in medium density. And then you left this in low density, but this area, but this is medium density.
In the future land use, yeah.
That's something we can begin to workshop if you want to look at those areas reviewed at some point, saying this would be okay, this became more dense, you may feel differently, and want to change that. There's a process for that.
Okay.
Okay.
And Charles, let me ask you this. I know, I don't know if you're able to get any information on it, but we discussed if we were to do an overhaul of our comprehensive plan, I mean, what kind of a price are we talking about it costing the city in order to do that?
If we hired a private firm to rewrite our plan and our map, it'd be somewhere between $60,000 and $100,000. to do that.
But we can also work with the council if they would be willing to work with us.
I don't see much wrong with our basic, but I read it twice recently, and I don't see that need to, spend that kind of money to absolutely rewrite, because it hits the things that are important to our community for what we need to take care of business and safety. I just think maybe this could be worked on a little.
Work on the map.
Work on the map.
Yeah.
Let's
Right.
work on the map.
Everything else, I don't really have a problem with.
Yes, Commissioner DeVito, I know you're,
Well, I was just
I'll let her
wanted to
finish.
concur. She took the words right out of it. I mean, she said exactly what I was thinking. I think the written plan is fine. In fact, I think what we have failed to do is make use of it. It's the map that I think is the primary concern.
Right.
But to me, Commissioner West just said it perfectly.
and so we can look at that map and workshop that map as we go forward, but I'm in agreement with Charles at this point in time. I think that we need to just get into compliance.
That's what this vote is. to do-
And that's what this does, that's what
So
this
I
does.
so move that we vote to get this in compliance.
And I'll second.
Mayor, I do have questions on that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second of acceptance. So Commissioner DeVito, do you have some questions?
I do. First of all, just, and by the way, if you wonder why I'm fanning myself, I think the gnats that have infested the plants in parts of City Hall, one of them has found its way to me.
Those line gnats?
Oh,
And-
gee.
and
Sorry.
it is
That
somewhere
plant
around my
behind- No, it's not that plant behind you. Maybe they're confused. 'cause that one's-
Maybe they think I'm a plant, I don't know, but one I think is bothering them.
Okay.
So, but anyway, I have some specific questions. On page 1, section 1 of the actual ordinance 2204, and Bobby, did you draft this ordinance? The comp plan ordinance, the one that the one where we adopted.
Yeah,
the-
that's the last one we
Okay,
did.
so in section 1, it says, this part makes me a little uncomfortable. It says the evaluation, appraisal, review-based amendments and amended elements. What does amended elements mean?
Does that mean like what we just added recently?
Yeah, would that be
So-
private property?
Yeah.
Element and.
Future land use element is amended as well.
Roller, all of that. Okay, Diane, I'm gonna ask you to, I know, sorry, I know, we appreciate your help, but I'm gonna ask you to
Because what
let
I'm
us
not-
get through this.
what I'm not understanding is I want to make sure, because basically, when we adopt the plan, when we adopt this on first reading, there's language in here that says basically the text of what we adopt supersedes everything that came before. So that's in section 4, actually. So we better make sure that it's right. And I'm thinking, but so in section 1, I just want to make sure we're not adopting any substantive elements in here anywhere. That it's all evaluation and appraisal review based.
You're adopting the plan that was in your packet with the addition of the modification you mentioned of the text.
Right, just want to make sure we're not adopting anything else that's substantive.
What do you think?
Bobby, are you
Got
thinking-
anything else? I don't think so.
It's got to be good. Because am I correct that section 4, basically, once we adopt this, it supersedes anything else that,
Yeah, after second reading,
pardon?
when it's after second reading, when it's actually adopted, yes.
Right, but once we adopt this, Charles says that if we find errors or problems or whatever, that we can't make changes on second reading.
No, but we can make changes after we adopt it. If there's obvious errors, but
This, it tends to be a train that's running. And then as well, in section 5, the codification part, the very last section, it says the mayor and the city manager and city attorney are granted authority to make all necessary and appropriate actions to accomplish the codification. Does that fit with our form of government? What are we empowering the mayor and the city attorney, the city manager to do in section 5?
To make sure that it gets codified within the code of the city.
Right, but are they allowed to make any substantive
No.
changes? Okay. Then I have a question for the planner, and it relates to some information that I'm not sure I understood in the workshop. I feel like I've heard 2 things. One is people that we had to use the Bieber population data, but then I also thought I heard you say that we could have more updated data, we would just have to pay for it. Good.
If I may,
Yeah.
this is the concept of best available data. So the Bieber data is at the moment the best available publicly, free data. And believe me, you hear this in every jurisdiction that we work with.
Sure.
But it is the best available data, for now. If the state has any concerns with that, they'll let us know. But this is something that we've been doing for quite some time. The regional water supply plan is the source of, the population projections for municipalities. Beaver used to do it for every jurisdiction in Florida, but now they only do it for counties. They used to do it annually. So this is technically the best available data.
Okay, when you said technically, but did I hear somewhere? I thought I heard someone say, either you or Robert, that data could be purchased from other sources.
Yes, that's true. I can give you a concrete example, because I don't have too much experience, but we worked with the city of Bernardino Beach. They went to Beaver and commissioned them to do population projections, and I believe it cost them $5,000. Just to give you kind of an order of magnitude. If I may also add though, they are the DEP in the water management district, or water management district is updating the regional water supply plan as we speak.
Okay.
So within the next year or so, we would expect that for all jurisdictions in all counties, there will be a Beaver update. So if there's additional work done on the plan, you have the opportunity to include that in your work on the kind of visioning for the plan. So it'll be coming out soon and without cost. But if you wanted it quicker than that, it would be costing around $5,000.
So when will we update this? Will we, if the population shows up to be much different than what we have, will we update it when that becomes available again? Will we just submit an
I would
update
imagine that
or the 7 years?
I would imagine that kind of figures into the vision for the city,
Okay.
correct? So if those numbers are very different, then as you're thinking about what should the plan say and what should the map look like, at the same time, you figure in, does that change anything? And you can make these changes over time. It's just when you change the text of the comprehensive plan, it goes through that two-step process. You have to do a transmittal and then adoption after the state agencies review. The changes to the map, if they're below 50 acres, you can make them locally, you just keep them in the state.
But, and Mayor, this is something I just want to say both to the planners and to you and the commission. Obviously, the more we go through this, the much more comfortable I get with it. Because it's very complex, and that's why I wish we had a different kind of workshop back in the fall, so we could all be more familiar. I understand that there have been people that still are not comfortable with this. So to me, I am just wondering, and my main concern is that the future land use map is actually accurate, because we don't have the ordinances, we don't have a history of the ordinances unless, and I did mean to ask this, and I asked Charles this. Did you tell me that you had a document in your hand with a grid? You said, do you have the list of ordinances that have gone into making up the future?
No,
land use map?
that wasn't that. I don't think that wasn't that.
What is it?
Let me see, what was it I had?
Whatever it is you have, I would love to have a copy,
I'll make a copy of it.
whatever it is. So,
Yeah, I'm sorry, it does have some ordinances, there are some ordinances listed on it, you're right. There
okay,
are.
because to me, it would be helpful to have that and maybe even share it. My only concern in going forward with this is that, number one, I would like to know for sure and certain that the future land use map accurately reflects the major changes that have been made. And two, that the members of the public that have been concerned have an opportunity to really get their questions answered. And I don't know if by the fact that people didn't come forward tonight means that they did get their questions answered or not.
So on the future land use map, it appears that there was one done in 06, 07, two done in 07, one done in 17, 18, and two done in 19. Some of that was so those were the changes. It also looks like in 2011 was when we possibly did our last ear Would that have been correct? Okay, so 2011, March 1st of 2011 is when we actually did it was due. Our last year was done, so that was in 2011.
Right, so I guess, my question is, I would love to have a copy of.
Again, you can get a copy of that, so, I mean, like an example of, 2018, it was ordinance 2018-07. Property behind doctor's office at corner of Main and Lemon, the Bloom Amendment to residential low under ordinance 1807.
Right, I remember that
So
one.
you remember that one?
Right, it would just be, I think it would be helpful to make that available so people could take a look and maybe we could figure out when the big
Like I
density.
said, there's only been 7.
Right,
There's
the big
7 that are on
right.
there, so.
Or if they're not on there, it would be nice to do a review of the ordinances and try to determine, just so people could be comfortable when the big increase in density occurred. I think that would make a lot of people feel better if we could. It certainly would make me feel better if we could actually identify the ordinance, because it should be available.
Well, in the ordinances, I think when we get back from Unicode, correct, that when Unicode should have
It'll
those.
be available online. It could have been that way from
Yeah.
day one, when it was initially adopted. Those
I
future land use.
don't think it was.
Yeah, we haven't found a copy older than 2007.
I don't know, I think it would be very helpful to go, I think it's really our obligation to satisfy people as to when the changes were made. Like, was it the original plan or did they occur at a certain time? I think people want to know that the future land use map that we're incorporating in here is really the proper one. And I would like us to make an effort to do that. And then whether we.
Well, I do believe the one we have is the proper one.
It's the map.
It is the map.
But I
It's
think,
the proper one.
how do we know that? Because we don't have the chain of ordinances.
It's the existing map that we've had.
Yeah.
So,
So I think what we also need to express to the general public is the concerns that they have. This is a very public process that you would go through. You would have ample opportunity
And it's a complicated
to
process.
come in
as
and
well.
speak, and it
It
is.
is.
Well, I
And
think
it's
they
gonna
got
take
that.
time.
Yeah.
I think we got
The
that.
comprehensive plan, just in general, a comprehensive plan in general, it's a very convoluted. I mean, I used to have to read these when I was with the state. And it's just very convoluted. It's there's a very technical in nature. And so it's difficult, and it can be scary. And I understand what, our residents are looking at right now is the concern as to what's going to happen. But I think we, the commission, can give the assurance, I feel like, that nothing's going to happen on their properties or the properties surrounding them without them having ample input.
So when is our next opportunity for a workshop? There's supposed to be another workshop in this process, is that right?
No, this is
No.
gonna go to the state
Right,
for state agency review,
but when it comes back,
the second reading. We'll have to address the comments that are, if there are any comments from the
So
state.
March, we'll have the second reading in March, and then
But maybe it may take longer
for our
we
second
have-
than that, whenever
reading.
they bring it back.
No, okay.
Yeah, is that correct?
No, I think we have to approve this to be submitted. You're gonna submit it at least 90 days prior to the due date, is that correct? And then DEO, they will provide comments back to
And
us.
reviewing agencies.
And reviewing
yes.
agencies.
And then we'll incorporate their comments, or they could object.
Okay.
We hope that they won't. But we do probably anticipate comments because we informally run what we're doing by them. And in some instances, we heard back from reviewing agencies, but not everyone. So there probably will be some comments. So we'll incorporate those comments and then be back. And that there will be
It'll be
do
like
another
March.
public hearing.
Or April.
Yeah, in April, May.
maybe? Okay.
But let me clarify, do we need to have a second reading on this ordinance that we have right now? We would have to have
The same,
finalized.
what your, my understanding, obviously I defer to your counsel, but my understanding is that your first reading, what you're doing is reviewing the ordinance and transmitting the amendments for review. So that what you're doing is transmitting those amendments. But
Okay.
you're not adopting the ordinance.
So our
The
final,
second reading then would, with those changes incorporated, adopt.
the ones of the state makes, correct? Okay,
That may not be until the May meeting.
or just based on what we're hearing from, staff up there, it could be June, July, but at least we've met our requirement of getting it to them in the timely fashion, and we need to do the 90 days prior to. So,
But I guess my concern is before we have second reading, that it might be helpful to have another workshop. So just so people can get questions of this nature fully answered before we come up for the second reading.
I don't know that we need a workshop. Maybe if we do our second reading in a special meeting, that might take care of it, because I don't know that we need to discuss it twice, do we?
We could certainly go over what changes the state required.
Yeah.
Illustrate those to
Right.
you.
Well, I guess my thought is when you have a special meeting and you're gonna have your explanation and then people know you're gonna vote, it's a lot of pressure on. I think it puts less pressure if you can work in a workshop where people can just ask questions and they know that it's not do or die now or never. There's gonna be a vote in, half an hour. Cause I just feel like there's still a lot of discomfort out there. And I would like to make sure that we don't have that for the second one. So hopefully.
Okay, so if we can, then if we need to do a workshop, then we can do a workshop. I mean, I think we're all open to that.
An hour before. our
Yeah,
next
or we could
meeting.
do an hour before. I mean, we want to make sure that the public is heard, absolutely, and that they're,
And
that we've
informed.
taken care of their concerns.
Sure.
By all means, I think that's what we've tried to do. And I just hope there are other people out there that are spreading things that really are not correct. And so anybody that's not informed, if they come to you, just please make sure that you encourage them to get talk to Charles. Encourage them to talk to Charles so that they have a better understanding, and it's not just what's out there on the street. Because, and that's with anything, not just this, it's with anything, it's, what's out there on the street. Make sure that you've, come to the city and talk to them about it. So that, if you have concerns, maybe we can take care of those concerns. And that's with all of us. We're all open to, you meet us on the street, you meet us wherever, you call us, whatever you need to do. If we don't know, we will try to find the answers. So, is that good? Okay, with that, right now, do we have any further discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
We're missing something. Charles?
You want to, the copy in the packet didn't have the change you mentioned of the restoring the text. about
Okay,
Island.
Yes, on the island, and that's the island out in the middle of Lake Stella, correct?
Showing the island as the
Conservation.
conservation area of Texas and Marines.
Okay,
So
do we want to amend your motion to include that?
who's motion one?
Yes, I'll manage to include that.
Include that, okay.
So, because Charles, you have a map and it's a replacement for the future land use map, right? And also a replacement for the text.
Yes, the text is restored, it was struck through.
Yeah.
Right,
Just
and then
restored.
there's an updated future land use map.
Yes,
Okay, so. And that's what Commissioner Burton is accepting.
That's what she's accepting.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay. Motion carries. Thank you both so much for your patience, your guidance, and your hard work. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
They gotta have that.
Ms. Gomez, I'm sorry that this is taking so long. I know we asked you to stay over because you were ready to hit the road.
I just walked down the road, so don't
So I'm not sure where we are in the scheme of things, hopefully we are close.
I'm very
Give me,
impressed, thank
give
you.
me, your- I've lost my other one.
Ordinance 2022-05.
Okay, there we are.
Ordinance 2022-05, ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending chapter 14.7 of the code of ordinances of the city of Crescent City, providing for the designation of police chief to be changed to city manager for all non-law enforcement duties, providing for funding, providing for application and directions to the code codifier, providing for safety.
Here, this item came up because, for instance, we saw earlier, and also other things like parade permit. The commission, the code has the commission gave it, authorized the chief of police to issue a parade permit, things like that. This would change those to city manager. Approve those items.
That's good. Okay. Okay, with that, I'm gonna ask if there's any additional factual testimony for or against. Seeing none, do we have any public input on this?
I mean, Sykes there for Chestnut Street. So would that also apply to getting alcohol permits? That's a non-law enforcement.
No, it's only,
It does, section 14.7.
You haven't done it, direct the commission to give you the permission to do it.
City commission shall authorize the city manager to issue.
Yeah, just let the authorized.
So basically, we just be reversing what we just voted on, let's say, no, we're not gonna do an alcohol permit. Now we're saying this city manager can, he wants to. No.
Well, this would authorize, but I'm not gonna approve something the commission just voted no.
But how would that stop him doing it in the future or whatever?
Well, I've got common sense, I can see how I can.
All right, I'm just checking, because now you're saying that you can do it. And the commission just voted, yeah, okay.
Okay, is there any more public comment? Seeing no more public comment. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
I so move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, do we have any discussion?
I do.
Okay, Commissioner DeVito.
Yes, I'm not really ready to approve this or vote on it. I would rather see all the places identified. I mean, I would rather have a list of where these instances occur and what we're actually doing.
Commissioner, actually, as I read this,
Yeah.
this is the only instance, the way this is written, I didn't realize that that was my error. This is only for this instance, does not include the parades that you just mentioned. But I do want to add the special events ordinance that will be coming to you. Will replace that, where the commission will be authorizing the sale and consumption of alcohol at special events.
Well, I mean, if we approve it. So I guess what I'm saying is, so you're saying it's only one.
Yeah, if you look at this, it's only section 7.7 B and D. I thought it was much broader than that. That was my error.
Okay, so, well, for that reason, I would like to see them all. But you're saying the special events ordinance would really supersede this.
Once you pass the special events ordinance.
Right. So my question is, maybe, I personally think that our code is not really updated to meet the needs of modern society and liability and insurance and all that. I would rather see us look at the special events permit and not worry about it.
Well, I think we do need to worry about this, though. I mean, this is something that just to make sure that we have, because that's all we're doing is changing from police department to the city manager.
Right,
from chief of police.
Yeah, and that's what I meant from chief of police to the city manager. That's the only change that this entails, correct? We're just changing the verbiage.
It is
And
for
the
this
person, and the
specific
person.
incident. Yeah, it's not any other incidents in the code. It's
Right,
just-
but
So
it
what's your
has-
concern? What's your concern?
Well, my concern is that I think our ordinance is kind of out of date to just, I think the language about the alcohol permits needs beefing up and needs more consideration. So
That's not what we have in front of us, though.
No, that's it.
I thought Charles said that's the only instance that it would occur, the only non-law enforcement instance would have to do with issuing the alcohol permit.
This ordinance only deals with section 14.7. As you read in the title,
Which
amending
is,
chapter 14.7,
right, which is,
Changing the code from police chief to city manager.
which is consumption or possession of open containers of alcohol beverages on public property. So it's not the parade permit I mentioned to you earlier.
no, but what I'm saying is this would give you the authority to issue the permits for open containers.
Yes.
So, but that is partly what the special event ordinance would do
It actually would give you the authority. I would not have the authority in the ordinance.
under the special event.
Yes, what I'm proposing.
Right, so I'm saying, why don't we just wait and look at the special events ordinance? Because this is really inconsistent, and I don't think it has all the elements that we need. I think it's outdated, so.
I can bring that to you next month. It's a
It's,
large undertaking.
Yeah.
It's a 20-page
Right, but
ordinance.
I'm just saying, I'm not comfortable. I don't think we need to move forward with this. I think we're going to address the problem in the fairly near future.
Well, we can't leave a police chief there, we don't have one. So how do you want to handle this? Who's gonna take care of it? We don't have a police chief.
Okay,
So we want to put in that spot.
okay, Mayor, may I answer the question?
yeah.
Okay, the way we took care of it tonight, it's surplus language. It doesn't apply, and we took care of it by bringing it to the commission. And that is what is proposed for the future. So I think that's the way to go.
I don't, well, when you say that's proposed for the future,
It's proposed.
For the special events. My intention for this tonight,
Yeah,
which I guess it was not communicated, was that it would cover other areas such as the parade permit. There are other areas where they authorized the chief of police. We didn't catch that in this. So if we want to go forward with the special events ordinance, it'll take us several months to probably go through that and adopt it.
right.
This was just the intention was to allow those things to continue forward. I don't anticipate a parade or even another application like that tonight.
Any place where there's chief of police.
But there are none, is what you're saying.
There are other places in the code. We did not
Yes.
capture that in this ordinance. This ordinance just says chapter 14.7.
Which is.
okay, so do we want to go back and look at the entire code and capture it all in one? Or, I mean, when we do that, Bobby, can
I
we
get
do
that.
that, or do we have to do
Yeah,
them one
not
by
fair.
one? Do we have to do them one by one? I don't know. if we-
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay,
Um,
so I think maybe at this.
the only problem I see with, if you do them all at once, there may be some people that don't agree with changing it. They may go all the way through, but if you change a bunch of stuff at once, there could be people on the commission that don't agree with changing one section and want to change
So
others.
we're gonna
You
have to take
either
them
do it
one
or
by
you don't.
one, one by one.
That may
Okay.
be very, yes.
Yeah, that's what I. that's what I-
So do I understand this correctly? This change only amends chapter 14.7.
Yes.
And basically, it would take approving alcohol permits out of the hands of the city commission, and it would put it back to the city.
No, it would take it out of the hands of the police chief. Chief of
Well,
police.
to the-
Well, without a chief of police, I'll
Yeah.
bring it to the commission.
Yeah.
And so
But there's nothing that says that you have to bring it to the commission.
we just have no way of.
I
approving it.
know, well, I know, so that's what I'm saying, at least if we have something in there.
No, what I'm trying to clarify is, if we make this change, will the city manager then be empowered by himself without coming to the commission to issue an alcohol permit?
Yes.
Okay. So if And that is, but, okay. So essentially, we would be taking it out of the hands of the commission and giving it to the city manager.
Yes, and given the discussion with her tonight, you know, I'm clear, I work for you, all of you. And it's not my intention to approve things that I have a feeling you're not gonna like.
You've been very good
So
about that.
I'm finally gonna table this. I would not approve something based on tonight's vote, even if you pass this tonight, I want to table it till we go to the special events ordinance. That's fine.
And when are we gonna be doing that?
I can bring it to you next month.
What else we got on the docket?
We got a lot. We
That's
got
what
a
I
lot.
mean, we just keep kind of filing it.
But at the same time, I've looked back on the other agendas and a lot of the stuff, keep in mind, is stuff that has gone by the wayside. And so we're just doing a lot, continuing to do it.
Catching up.
We're doing a lot of catching up and it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
It's a lot
I'm
of
not
work.
complaining. I'm not
No, I
complaining.
know, I didn't say that, but
No,
I'm
I'm
just,
just saying that, you know, just another thing to come on for next month.
that we're gonna have to. And it might be that with that, that's gonna require its own special meeting.
And it's gonna require a lot of work,
It's gonna require a lot.
since
of
we
work.
have to do it one at a time.
Yeah, so it's gonna require a lot.
So
So,
how many are there though?
so do we want to table this at this time? Is that the your recommendation? Is we table
Yeah,
this?
let's table it.
I'll table it to the next meeting, okay.
Need a motion to table.
Yes, sir.
I make a motion that we are table.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
They,
Okay, we're gonna table it and move it to the next meeting. So. With that, we're gonna go into our business items, discussion on changes to the park ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. This is coming back. We're given direction to meet with the attorney for the sheriff's office. And our attorney put together a memo for you in the packet. His recommendation is to leave the park rules and ordinance as is, given the difficulty we have on enforcement, that we have the ability to trespass violators now and enforce state statute, for instance, if they're destroying property, damaging the bathrooms, litter, those kind of things are already covered in state statute. So the recommendation is to leave it as is for 3 months, see if the sheriff's office enforcing the rules, we'll cut down on violations. And it's actually been pretty quiet over the last few months as well.
Some of the bathroom ordinance.
The park rules in general, what we have is sufficient, given that we now have understanding of the sheriff's office, they can trespass someone if they're in violation, not willing to leave, and they can arrest them. So,
Yeah. You really should have too many people who want to deal with the park right now with this cold weather. That might be some of the problem.
That might be some of the problem.
Yeah.
I agree. I was thinking that's the reason for
I think so.
not too much activity.
Right.
So it's good to get this, settled. I mean, or at least to have some kind of arrangement.
And the sheriff's office was very amenable and very eager to help us get through this. So, commissioners, do we have a motion?
I also move.
Okay. So for the motion, we need to probably clarify exactly what we're making a motion to do, because as it's written on the agenda, it's just discussion on changes to park ordinances.
Okay, let me see if I can get it right. I move that the sheriff's office has agreed to direct their deputies to enforce our park rules and ordinances, even if there are no criminal penalties associated with the violations. And this process will be to leave the rules and ordinances as is for the next few months to see how the sheriff's office enforcing our rules and ordinances and how the violations accumulate or not.
Okay. Beautiful. Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. And do we have any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries. Discussion of having Putnam County, we already took care of that, introduction and discussion of the internet cafe ordinance. No,
Thank you, Mayor. This is
Probably
an
should put the
ordinance that
glasses
was
on.
recommended to us by the sheriff's office for consideration, which would make it unlawful for any person to manage, supervise, maintain, provide, produce, possess, or use a simulated gambling device for commercial, promotional, or pecuniary gain purpose. This is specifically for what are known as internet cafes, which are, my experience of them, are areas where people that can't afford to lose money go lose money.
kind of like a casino, a lot of people.
Yeah. And they typically are closed up, no open store windows, it's like a vacancy.
Right, you can't see them
In fact, completely coincidentally, we had someone come in, I think last week, asking, can we do an internet cafe? And I told them we were about to say no, hopefully, the consideration. So my recommendation is that you direct our attorney to use the county's ordinance as a template to draft an ordinance for your consideration and first reading.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
I saw them.
We have a motion. Do we have a
Second.
second? Do we have any discussion? Huh? Okay, who started? Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay. Motion is passed for Bobby to pick and prepare an ordinance, and I guess will we have that at the March meeting?
Yes.
Correct? Okay, good. Okay.
Their information is pretty extensive.
Yeah.
too.
I want to make sure.
Right, yeah.
So update and recommendation on the foreclosure list. And I think that's what Charles is getting ready for right now.
Is there any reason to start with 40 East Spring Roundup? That's the one you're looking at.
So great.
Actually, yeah.
Somebody was talking.
Okay.
Keep it out.
So Mayor and Commission, bringing this back to you, we instruct our attorney to research title searches on these properties, identified 8 properties and substantial liens. And our city attorney brought back some recommendations, which are vary a little bit from my own. I'll go through these in the order of his memo. 1000 Center Street. This property violation dates back to 2013. It is, I believe it's an occupied rental property. It is not homesteaded and remains in violation. The picture on the right is a picture of the junk and debris. Recommendation to the attorney was to see if we could work with them to an agreement to settle the issue. If not, we could then proceed to foreclosure. This is 809 Randolph Street. This property is vacant and remains in violation, although it has a new owner and because it recently sold and is being brought into compliance. They're doing some work there on the property.
So when it sold, I guess we didn't have a lien on it. Did we not have a lien on it?
Actually,
It should have been
but officers,
satisfied.
she can address that.
Okay.
We have a lien on the property, and the current present owner was aware of the lien when they bought it.
Okay, how did you get?
I think you just.
Oh, it was a quick claim. It was a quick claim.
Yes.
Okay,
So it's bringing in
so it wasn't
compliance.
an arm's length, so that, okay.
I imagine he's gonna probably come forward requesting it.
He's gonna bring it, excuse me, he's gonna bring it into compliance, and then it'll go to the code board to ask for an introduction.
How long do they take to bring it in compliance?
I don't know, he's done a lot of work,
Yes, he has.
on it already.
You can see the house, man.
Yeah, last time I went by, I couldn't even see the house, and
Yeah.
now that he's taken all the vegetation down. There were some building code violations. This gentleman buys properties that are, have code things on them and buys them, fixes them up, and then he either resells them or rents them, I'm not sure what he does with them after that, but he likes to restore them and improve the community.
Are you were gonna monitor the progress?
Yes, I will.
This is lakefront property.
Just to be, so the,
Which one is lakefront property?
This, in front of Lake Virginia.
Like our temple, right, okay, well, that's important.
so they actually bought it off of a tax deed to LLC Buffalo Bill LLC, and then quit claim deeded it to Bureau of Land to LLC, which I assume is the same. They have the same exact address. So that's how it happened. There's actually a Putnam County code lien on it too now,
Is there,
but it was reported out to ours, so ours would be
so
superior.
we're superior to that?
So,
Well, let me, wait, just, apologize. Commissioner Burton did that. I know you had some questions about that. So with her monitoring it,
Well, I'm
we
just
don't have a
curious,
time
you know,
frame. We don't have a time frame.
You know, it's
so-
nice that he took all the vegetation out, but I mean, the house could sit there like that for how long? I mean, and I guess, is that in compliance just by taking the vegetation out?
No, it's not in compliance now.
So that's my question is, I guess I don't have any patience.
I don't think it would be difficult, bringing in the line, because, if you go inside there, somebody done ripped all the copper wire.
Well,
You're gonna have to rewire and do everything.
So do we want to ask Pam to come back and give us a report on some of
Maybe
these
has a time
properties?
See if he has a time frame and
I can do that.
suggest to him that we're interested in his time frame.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
It would seem to me to be helpful just to go through the properties and then see where they are and have Bobby make a recommendation. Because one thing I think we need to set as a budget, I mean, how much do we want to spend on this? I mean, I would like to see us just go through them and then figure out, you know,
Okay.
do something, do nothing. And, or, you know, it might be the decision might be to monitor it.
So let's move on. So you're going to talk to him and get us a time frame.
I will.
Okay.
Like this,
Update you in March.
Thank you.
801 is right next door. There was a building there that was leveled. It is vacant land now and is in compliance. So my recommendation is foreclosure. And then we can offer it for sale or redevelopment. And that also is runs on Lake Virginia. 736 Cherry Lane. Cherry Lane is actually a little two-track dirt road. It's hardly, it's not gravel or dirt. And the property did an aerial. We didn't want to go back there. It feels like you're going into somebody's yard. It's behind this house. And you look at the aerial on the right from Google Maps. It looks like their yard. So potentially, I think we could work with them to. It's actually the same owner. It's the house and the red box there matches the counties. Those aren't accurate. Those the county parcel lines. It's like it goes right through part of the structure. So my recommendation there is to potentially combine those lots.
Okay.
Okay, so this property is in compliance.
It is in compliance, no violations currently, and so we wouldn't likely get somebody to build if we foreclose and then try to sell it for redevelopment. It's essentially their backyard.
Right. Okay.
So we may end up, you know, doing a lien reduction or something on that property. Get it off our books. This is 720 Bay Street. I believe this is an occupied rental. I did have a conversation, the owner called me one time and kind of suggested they lived there. It's not a homesteaded property. The violations remain. One was that car. That's a recent picture on the right, in the back. This is one of my recommendations of foreclosure and then demolition and then sale or redevelopment. The challenge with this, as she indicated, was it's been, it goes to the heirs of the estate.
Yeah, it's tied up.
And so there's been no agreement on what to do with this property.
It's really tied up.
Everyone has to agree, and there's been no agreement, so, it's been a challenge for her evidently, and it's a challenge for us because.
Car's been moved, correct?
Well, the car's still there.
The car is still there,
That-
okay.
Yesterday, I think.
Well, Pam, the valet is the car round the back?
There's the car in the back that Bonnie's been running for quite a few years on that, and then she did some interior renovations.
Inside.
Yeah.
The car's
Building violation, not having a permit and junk vehicle.
There's no tag on the vehicle, and apparently if the ownership is in question, you just can't get a tag on it. So she'd been previously told to put a tent over it, and the tent was destroyed in a storm.
Yeah, but it was, the car was round to the side of the house, and it, some
Push it
other,
around the back.
yeah, some of the other code, people, before Pam came on, told her to put it around the back. So that, yeah, so that I got round to the back.
This is 230 Central Avenue. This is commercial structure. There are apartments upstairs, I believe are occupied. The first floor is vacant. I believe it's been noted that the violation has been corrected. And the recommendation is to foreclosure, and then we utilize that in CRA. This is a property in the CRA. The CRA can purchase it off the general fund for the amount of the cost of foreclosure. And then we would use it to incentivize redevelopment for a contributor downtown.
So we had a fine reduction to 3,200, an agreement with him from 160, he didn't pay it, and we went back up
In 2013,
in
yes.
2013, and he's just
Been
let
there
it sit there
since.
ever since, okay.
So this is 40 East Grand Rondo. This is a vacant collapsing building, remains in violation. It's unsecured as well, and our recommendation is foreclosure and demolition of the site that we've offered for redevelopment.
This is the property that you're.
Yeah. Well, I can see what she's talking about, because it's right next to her property.
Right.
And she didn't, I didn't know, the owner was, and did a wonderful job cleaning it up. When you first got that, it was kind of down too, but y'all moved in and cleaned it right up. Congratulations for doing that.
This house is not secured either. The doors are open.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, it's a duplex.
Correct, this
Instead
is
of-
unsecured.
Not that I've ever looked in it, but it's a duplex.
This one.
40 East Grand Rondo, yeah. And so, you know.
The roof is.
The roof is.
No
yeah.
roof's the whole part.
Some of some,
Yeah, back when it had a tax deed, the taxes are paid up on it, correct? Is that correct? Because there was.
What is it?
I believe
It
it's
says
that is
40.
correct. Taxes are paid up on it.
Okay.
well, I know who owns this.
Be a challenge. We have to identify all the heirs.
Wait, this
I
one
think
is
it's
the
worthwhile.
heirs property too, for 40 East Grand Rondo.
That's the only one that I know of that's their property.
Okay, well, they just said that Bay Street was on the heirs property as well.
Well, there's still, it's the children of the stepchildren of the owner have rights to it. It's a very complex story.
Well,
To get a
I
clear
understand
picture.
that. So, but we have two heirs properties. Because if there's children, it may be homestead.
Yeah, neither one of these are homesteaded. None of the properties on this are showing you.
No, what I'm saying is, if the stepchildren have rights to it, it might be because it was a homestead property and that's how they acquired their inheritance rights. I don't know.
No.
But you're saying Bay Street's an heirs issue and 40 East Grand Rondo is an heirs issue.
I believe so, W found true, the basement.
But you know, I know, I know history on this, but I don't want to publicize it and get out. I will send, maybe help me to send a young lady in here to the city manager, let him discuss it with Pam Warner.
Okay.
Well, actually, could I ask a question
Mhm.
about
I
40
thought we
East?
wanted to go through all these
Well,
first.
that's true, I have a question about
Okay,
that stuff.
let's go
Okay.
through all of them
So-
first.
You're right.
And this is the last one, 225 South Summit Street. This appears to be vacant, not sure. It is in compliance.
And recommendation is foreclosure and sale. This one, I don't know what it's like on the inside, but it's a great house. This is also in the CRA. 3 of these properties are within the CRA. CRA can purchase them off the general fund for the costs we go through to foreclose and then offer them for redevelopment.
Okay, commissioners, do we have comments?
When do we get started?
Well, I have a comment about 40 East Grand Rondo.
Okay.
Okay, and this is a question for Bobby Jenkins, or anybody else who remembers. Okay, this is an heirs property, right? So that's more complex. We don't know for sure that we want to foreclose on heirs properties. It's not right, Bobby?
But just because of the added of identifying, we probably have to hire a private investigator to find all the heirs you can serve them with the
Right.
foreclosure suit, yes.
So in other words, and you can't actually foreclose until you give notice to everyone who's entitled to notice, right?
Yeah, if you can't find them, then you can publish in the newspaper.
gonna say,
But
yeah,
we
you
have to
can publish
show
it.
that we made a good faith effort. So, yeah, eventually we could just, if we couldn't identify who they are, we could do service by
Right, but it's not drawn out. So if this is a collapsing structure, isn't there a provision? I mean, can't we have the county condemn that? I mean, isn't there a provision, this is for the safety issue, not to collect
We
money?
could demolish it.
But
Yeah.
aren't we allowed to demolish it and add that to the cost of the liens?
We've
Yeah,
done
it's
that
not-
in the
it's-
past.
it's long as-
You haven't you? We've done that, the city's done that in the past.
I'm not remember, I don't wanna
I
say.
thought that you did, and then you add that to it.
Right, because
I think that's what happened on Cherry Street.
Yeah, it was on Cherry Street.
Okay, because my proposal with this particular house, since it is an eyesore and a safety issue, and since, because there are heirs involved, it could take a long time to do the foreclosure. All things considered, it doesn't look like I have asbestos, hopefully. I think we should consider,
Probably does.
right, but that's not, the paint doesn't make the high cost of demolition, right? It's the actual materials. I'm saying maybe for this one, we should consider asking the county to see if they could condemn it, and we could pursue both avenues, just to take care of the safety.
If I could,
Commissioner Banks, yes.
let me, get the person who is responsible for this house. It's 3 people, the heirs, but let me get the head one to come talk to, the city manager.
Okay.
And let us go from there, the conversation they have. I think that would be best. And the cheapest too.
Doc is
Yeah,
cheap.
right. Yeah.
You're looking at the back of the house, the front of the house, they have broken in and they have taken the furniture in front of the lake, Lake Stella. So when I walk my dog, I see furniture out. The door is down. My husband was gonna close it, but I said, "No, leave it alone, leave it just like it is."
That's, thank you. Yeah, and this is actually set up like as a
Yeah,
duplex. It's a
it
duplex, so
was.
it's not a homesteaded property, it's a duplex. So, and I think that also as we go forward, I mean, even if there's heirs or not, there's ways to get around that. Like Bobby said, once you've done your due diligence and you publish it in the paper, that's why you always see that published in the paper, in the notices.
But I mean, it's not gonna happen.
No, but it takes time, but we can,
We gotta get started.
we need
Yeah, we
to
need to
get started, so.
Get started.
So with 40, you're gonna work
See you
on that.
tomorrow.
You're
I
gonna
will call
work
you
on
tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
But also, Mayor, if I could, on this.
Yes,
please,
Commissioner.
By the way, the last time we talked about this, I mentioned, I think there's a recent statute that deals with settling heirs, and it was particularly intended to try to keep properties belonging to African Americans and minorities in the family.
Yeah, so I looked it up, and if I was looking at the right one, what that's aimed at is not to prevent foreclosure, it's to prevent when multiple heirs have an interest and then a corporation comes in and buys one interest at way under what it's valued at and files a partition suit and buys the other heirs out in a forced sale that way.
Right.
So what that statute allows is that if one of the heirs sells out to a corporation or an entity and they file a partition suit, before you file a partition suit, you have to give the other heirs the opportunity to buy that person out to keep it in the family.
Okay, so that doesn't help the heirs in a foreclosure situation?
No.
Okay, well, thank you for checking on it. We might want to have a seminar here or something.
So do we want to start with this and we'll work backwards?
Sure. Well,
The direction, yeah, what's your direction on 225 South Summit? We proceed with foreclosure.
Yes.
well, Mayor, I have a question about this house that foreclosing on a place that's in compliance. If it's in compliance, why would we put it at the top of the priority list?
I don't know that we put it at the top of the priority list. We're going through these as they, like you said. do the
Okay,
best.
but then my basic question is, the last figure I heard, I asked about cost. And Charles said it could be between 4,000 to 5,000 per. So say if we did 7 properties, that would take us up towards, $35,000 to $40,000. I think we should talk about how much we're gonna spend and then prioritize within that. And also, is that something that Bobby feels he can take on right now, is like 6 or 7 foreclosures? I mean, I think we want to do something realistic in terms of costs and our city attorney.
Right.
No, I mean, I would have to find, if y'all want to do that, I have to find a way or make time to do it. So what happens is it depends on when you foreclose, it depends on the amount of the lien that you're foreclosing on, is how much it costs at the clerk of the courts, is anywhere from probably $200 to $1,000 just to file the case at the courthouse.
Would be 200 to 1,000. Okay, sorry.
Filing fee, that's your filing
Just
fee.
filing.
Right.
Normally, we would do these by the hour, and it's important to keep in mind, this is outside of the city contract, so it'd be. I talked to Mr. Young today, and we would agree to do it for a flat fee of $2,500, because what happens in a lot of these foreclosures is people hire these consumer law services, and they just motion you to death, and a simple foreclosure can turn into 3 years and $15,000 in attorney's fees. So there's no telling what's gonna happen, and then they also could go very quick. It could have 20 days of service, they don't respond, file affidavits and file motion for summary judgment, and then it's up for sale in 30 days. So I mean, it can be a very quick process too. So you're looking at probably 35 to 4,000, I would say, in fees that we have, because there's also gonna be cost of $10 for every summons that the clerk has to issue, $40 for every summons the sheriff's office has to serve. There's money involved in the sale that has to come out to pay the clerk of the court for the sale. If you ever have to serve a writ because the people won't leave if there's somebody in there, that's $90 from the sheriff's office. So it can get really costly. Another thing to keep in mind is a lot of these code liens are so high, nobody's even gonna bid. This is probably the only one I could even see somebody bidding on, because the property, I think, is worth, it's the only one that's worth more
76.
taxable value than the actual code lien is. So a lot of these properties are gonna revert back to the city. So you're not gonna, it's gonna be a straight cost incurred to the city for the fees to foreclose until the city's able to do something with it. That's why a lot of my recommendations are not do it, because in my opinion, and I don't have, this is just my personal opinion, is that you're using taxpayer money to fund something for something that's not a guaranteed return. Now, a lot of these properties, obviously, they're gonna sell for more than 4,000, 5,000, so you would at least recoup your attorney's fees and the cost that the city had in it. But there's no telling how long the city's gonna have to hold on to it. I also don't know for sure what the city's process is. I don't know if we're gonna be able to just directly sell it to one person. We may have to declare it as surplus property and then auction it again, and then there's no telling what happens. I was actually looking at that in the meeting, and it looks like if I would have to look at the charter to see how our surplus property stuff works. But that's in a nutshell how it would work. That's why one of the properties is only worth like $6,000. That's really risky. To ever even get your money out of it. Obviously, you could achieve somebody buying the property and building it back up. The city may still be at a loss going through that process.
Let me say this. You brought up some good points, attorney. We, City of Crescent City, then got stuck for thousands of dollars. Commissioner West can tell you, right around there on Cedar Street, a single house and a two-story house. It wound up costing the city $20-some thousand. And the property with the two houses combined, we might can sell it for $1,500. My, the house had asbestos on it,
So it was a demolition cost.
the demolition cost and all of that like that.
Right, and you don't know what you're getting with
You
what's
really don't.
inside these.
Until you get in it. So you can't put, you can say you can put X number of dollars in a budget to try to get some of them, but you better be careful. Cause you really think, just like the attorney said, you can go in the hole. We bought some more property. We done bought quite a bit of property around Crescent City. We bought on Main Street there. We wind up giving that to the man for about, I think, $1,200. And the property ain't worth $700. You could sell it to me for $500. It's in between two houses and the two owners didn't want to buy it.
It's a little one by one side.
Yeah, right across here. Right across here with that big tree.
Where the
So,
tree is right.
It's a lose-lose situation.
You know, it can't always be a lose-lose situation. There's too many cities that are able to turn right into profit at some point in time. But if you keep letting these houses, like this house is a pretty house right now,
Yeah, right.
it's worth 76,000, well, we'll give it 5 more years and the roof will be falling in and, you know, the windows will be busted up and then it's worth $50,000. What have we really gained by allowing it to sit there? And that's what we've been doing with all these old houses. It's just allowing them to sit there. That's what's happened with this house right here. It's 40 East Rando. It's been sitting there and now it's a mess.
Okay, Mayor, if I may.
Let her finish.
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, you know, it's easy to say, oh, we're gonna go in the hole, we can't afford it. But there's got to be a way to redevelop some of these houses. I believe, I think you brought a plan in. It's something that you've been involved in different cities. And I think you know how to do it.
I don't really see it as going in the hole.
No,
I
I
see the
don't
cost
either.
of getting new houses. So, particularly those in the CRA, that's kind of a different animal. The ones that are outside the CRA, which would be, for instance, well, this property, vacant property. Even if we got that property and we could either just sell it on the market for whatever we could get, or we could offer to somebody an incentivized price. You know, we could say, look, we'll sell this to you. What does it say? It's worth $7,500 for $5,000. And in fact, if you'll build a house of so many square foot and apply for homestead exemption within 18 months, 24 months, we'll give you your money back. And then we've got a house, we have a new house in the city. We have paying ad valorem tax every year. So to me, it'd be worth it that it cost us, the cost of foreclosure would be like an investment. Now we got a brand new house. We're talking about how to get more housing in the city. If we have this, that fronts on Lake Argenta. I think this is an unusual example. Most of these are pretty.
Commissioner DeVito had a comment. Let me let her go ahead, Commissioner DeVito.
Yes, and I just wanted to speak to Commissioner Burton said these have to sit there and sit there. These now are, most of them are big problems, but that is why I brought up the issue of minimum standards, because we don't have those minimum maintenance standards, right, Charles?
That's correct.
And the way we've got into this situation is with a lot of houses, we don't have the minimum maintenance standards, so we can't nip it in the bud. We can't do anything until there's a code violation. which we don't have very stringent code, correct? So they deteriorate. We don't require people to like keep the envelope of their house necessarily secure. So I want to take action on as many of these as we reasonably feasibly can. But again, I encourage us to, as quickly as possible, work on the minimum standards so that we can do a better job of keeping houses from falling past the point of no return. I just want to throw that in there while we're looking at these sad situations.
Have we approached any of these property owners to see if they're
Yes.
willing to,
Yeah.
on behalf of the city, to see if on behalf of the city, if they're willing
I have
to?
letters out right
and-
now. I go around every.
No, that's what, let
on
me
behalf
ask
of the
you.
city.
So you're doing it on behalf of us
Yes.
as the commission? The
As
city?
a commissioner.
What?
I send a letter out and I ask certain people, now I won't go in, but I go around and I ask them, geez, why don't you sell it? If you don't want to take care of it, why don't you sell it? Okay? So,
Okay, so my question is, have we, the city, in lieu of these fines, asked them if they're willing to turn these houses over to the city? Have we
We've asked them
approached,
back.
have we approached any of them?
no.
No, it's always been
That's
a
what
reference
that's what
to
I'm asking.
paying the lien or coming into compliance,
Okay.
not in terms of turning it over to the city.
Well,
I'd
There's
like
always-
them to take care of it and sell it themselves. I mean, we can't sell them all and buy them all and sell them all either. I mean, you've got to be reasonable.
I beg your pardon. The one on Center, on Cedar Street there, the lady told the city that she didn't want them no more, you could have them.
Well, okay, that works.
But yet still, it costs us over $27,000 to tear them down. That's what I'm trying to say, and the land, ain't worth $1,500. That's my point.
How long ago was that?
It was
About
40
10 years.
Yeah, it's been about 10 years now.
So probably what you could do in that instance is if they're gonna give it to us, then we could turn around and we could sell that as is, with the understanding that somebody else comes in there and
Takes care of the
takes care of the problem. So,
Oh, I really,
because I don't think we need to get into the, if we don't have to, the demolition, I agree with you, it's, when you get into demolition, there's the cost involved, yeah.
I really believe that's what's gonna happen to the one, 40 East Grand Rondo. The city gonna wind up eating that one. And there's one on Bay Street too. On the Bay Street.
Well, I do think that up on Grand Rondo, that if with that property alone,
That's Lakeview property.
Yeah,
that's Lakeview property. And I know the property appraiser has it assessed at 36,000,
yeah, I see that.
but even the yellow house down there for 160, those people are eventually, I think, looking to probably tear that down and rebuild. So I mean, that property, I mean, they're not making any more lakefront property. So, that has value,
Mr. Banks, do you think Pam and Jay Roberts would work on this house on 1000 Center Street? That's the very first one.
Center Street time you turn off Grove.
Well, it's 1000 Center Street.
Yeah, it's a
but
corner, in front of the corner of Grove and
it's-
Center.
Jay and Pam Roberts own it.
I think they bought that thing.
They did. It is. I think it's a rental now.
2013, they bought
Yeah,
it.
but they supposed to be fixing it up and they got more junk in it. Get right, I can't want about it, she rides by there.
Tell us a story about that. 1000 Center Street.
I go by that one,
When you started, huh?
Yes, they were violation last start.
I go by that one every day. I got to go by it tonight.
It was in violation when she started. She was introduced around by Patrick Kennedy. They went to the site.
He took me to, Patrick Kennedy took me to this house my first day and talked to the property owner or the occupant there. He had no intentions of cleaning it up. Because Patrick asked him, he said, you're gonna clean this stuff up? And he's like, no. So
Well, he lived up to his word, cause he ain't cleaned
I
up.
don't feel that you do that at all. It's probably gotten worse.
So what happens if we, I mean, Bobby, we put them on notice, so if we put them on notice,
Well, I mean, even before any foreclosure we started, we're required by law to send them a letter telling them
That's what-
that we're,
that's what I'm talking
if they
about.
need to pay it, that they can deed it in lieu of foreclosure, or we're gonna collect their debt.
So how are we as far as going forward with starting just that process and see what happens through that? I mean, I know it's kind of like if you're gonna do it, it's kind of like, you know, mama, or not mama, but daddy, you know. When he told you he was gonna do it, he was gonna follow through with it. So,
Now, y'all talking about a workshop, we need to do a workshop on this, because it's more than, I can point out a couple more houses. The house been there for years on Main Street. Right past the church, big nice parking lot there, two-story building been there for years, they don't blow it. Huh? Somebody just bought it.
Something they want to go in there, I'm not sure what the plans, they want to do.
Where
Main
is that?
Street's coming along nice.
yeah, Main
Yeah,
Street is.
yeah, I like to really
We
do
have
that.
some people that actually in the house,
Right.
we start,
But good, I'm glad of that.
so it's gonna be then.
Okay, so
Well, this-
commissioners,
Yeah, this list and this, where we are now, we got here through a series of workshops and so forth, so where did it take some action?
I think what I'd like to make a motion that we have our city staff put a plan together to figure out how, let's see, what am I trying to say?
we need to have,
How we can, I'm not gonna say buy houses, but a plan together for those areas in the redevelopment areas. In those areas, which houses that we might be able to start, putting it under foreclosure and maybe getting into our redevelopment type.
Just those in the CRA.
Just those in the CRA, where we, because we do have money in the CRA, possibly to do some of that, correct?
We do, yeah, we can reassign that money.
And then for the ones that we don't really necessarily have the money for, you know, maybe we can work together as a commission and as a city to talk to some of these people and say, hey, what's going on? You know, how can we help? And what can we do? But for the homes that are in the CRA, which allows development or redevelopment money, that's what the CRA.
so what's your, so let's pull your motion.
Yeah, I know.
But don't we need to decide what the items on the agenda? The properties that Commissioner Burton was talking about are not necessarily the properties on this list, correct?
No, I think there's three.
There's three on this.
There's three, but, you know, we have a limit. We can't go and say, well, we have something.
Well, if we-
So that's what she's saying, that's what she's saying is those three that are on this list, that's my understanding, there's three that are on this list that,
That's an important point is, the first step would be to send them a letter
yeah,
saying we're gonna foreclose and get our money. We could stop at that point,
Right.
because many times they make it right,
Yeah.
and get their attention.
Let's do it for those buildings or homes that we can actually have in our CRA development area.
why couldn't we do it for all of them?
Well, we
Well,
could.
that one,
Send a letter out to all of them, put them on notice. Are you against that?
well, the heirs one, I
Well,
mean,
you,
you send a letter.
you can't write out too much that we can't really choose that from.
I think this with the heirs is an important one, which we'll find out at the
Yeah.
meeting.
I have what to call you tomorrow.
The three in the CRA.
And that's one of the ones in our CRA, correct?
Yeah, these three, Central, Grand Rondo, and
And that
Summit.
one.
That one, and that's, I don't know what they got going on. The,
Which one? Rondo?
that one. So I don't know what's going on with this property because there's multiple code violations. There's a lien from the Florida Department of Revenue on it, which I assume somehow they are gonna jump in front of us, even though it's
I was
recorded.
gonna
after
say,
them, I'm
yeah,
sure.
where are they in line for with
And I
us?
don't know, I'm sure the state they wrote the rules, so I'm sure
They're gonna put
they're gonna
themselves,
put
yeah.
themselves up front.
It's kind of like an IRS link, the IRS is always gonna come ahead of anybody else.
And then they're also, somebody just gave him a mortgage on the property in 2021, which didn't make any sense whatsoever. Because you wouldn't even be able to foreclose on it if you didn't pay it.
He's on the agenda, the next code meeting, asking for a reduction in lien.
Oh, we gave them that once.
Yeah.
Walked away.
That means, I think they're,
Can I ask a question about?
Sure, Commissioner Diego, please,
Okay.
it's getting,
I know,
it's got a lot left to get through.
I will ask more questions.
He
Okay,
has
so
one interested in buying that one.
He does.
Yes.
That's why,
Which one? This one?
that's why, I think that's my understanding why he's coming to us, isn't it? To get that produced so that he can sell it. It's on the market for 210 right now.
Right.
Go ahead, Commissioner DeVito.
Okay, and so I think we have a difference of opinion between the city manager and the city attorney on 801 Randolph Street. And this is the kind of thing I was hoping that they would resolve between themselves before we started discussing this. 801 Randolph Street, Bobby's memo says it's appraised at only 6190. There's no guarantee the city would even recover the costs associated with the foreclosure. But Charles seems to be saying it's on Lake Argenta and it might be worth something. So there's two different assessments there. How do we resolve that?
Well, you have two opinions to consider.
Two opinions to
I'm okay with
consider.
that, yeah.
Okay, but ideally, it's 10 o'clock at night and we still haven't done your evaluation and other things. To me, this is something that you and the attorney or whoever else should work out ahead of time and just give us I want y'all to be on the same page so that we're not going in circles all night.
well, we can't.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't force us to have the same.
Yeah, you can.
No, I'm saying, just come to us. I want not 2 sheets of paper with different recommendations, but 1 sheet of paper that says, here's the property, the city manager thinks this, the city attorney thinks that. This is.
Well,
very
right now,
difficult
let's
to
just, can we just address this as it's currently written, because it,
So my motion,
yes,
okay, is to have the city staff put a plan together for those properties, and if I have to list those properties, those 3 properties that are within the CRA, as to how we can, what we need to do, what's the process of getting started with it? In other words, that's my motion. We need to start somewhere.
Well, we've got the process, we'll send them the letter, will be the first step.
I think, yeah, that's what
Yeah.
basically is to start the process with by a letter.
By a letter, and then, but then I think he needs to come back and have us understand the process of, let's say they say, hey, okay, let's buy them, or how does the CRA, that money, okay, because that's what people are gonna be concerned about, is how does that work where we can use that CRA money to purchase or gain these properties, you know, the plan for how that would work. I don't know if I'm making sense, but I think that's gonna be a concern for a lot of people, because we don't wanna go out and we don't want, we gotta get the money somewhere. So it's gotta be within our plan of our CRA.
So basically, what you're
Redevelopment.
telling them is to come back to us with a plan, start the process, send the letters, come back to us with a plan that if in fact we go forward, this is how much it's going
This
to
is how-
cost us, an estimated cost, and what we're gonna do with the what you're gonna do with the products. Is that correct?
Yeah, I know it sounds like a lot, but
That's a lot.
yeah,
But we got to start somewhere.
We gotta start somewhere.
it's just a plan.
Right, but Central Avenue is highly problematic, so.
Well, yes, it is.
Right, but I don't think we're gonna come up with much on that. And isn't there an offer for sale on Central Avenue?
We'll let the staff work that
I
out.
don't know, I think he's got people that are interested in it, but I don't think it's not showing us as that it's pending. I think he's, so we don't know if there's any offer for
I've
sale.
spoken to the prospective buyers.
You have, But they haven't made an offer yet?
I think they made an offer, I'm not
Okay.
sure.
Okay.
Um,
Maybe part of their offer is that he has to get this lien taken care of prior to.
Right.
Okay.
And he has submitted his lien reduction request already.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion right now to that's directing staff to go ahead and start the process on those 3 properties that are within our CRA. And then to come back to us. Can you come back to us, do you think March, or do you think it will be April with a plan, April?
April, we have to give them 30 days.
Okay.
Yeah, the residents
To
there,
come
yeah.
back to us in April with a plan to proceed forward. Okay, do we have a second?
I second.
I have an
And do
amendment.
we have discussion, Commissioner DeVito?
Yeah, I have an amendment to the motion. I would like to add the piece of property that Charles says is in quote someone's backyard.
You want to foreclose on the,
Well, I think you said you were going to see if the adjacent property owner was interested in it.
well, they own it,
Yeah, right.
They own it.
but we have a lien. We need to figure out if we want to forgive the lien or work with them on a lien reduction.
Okay, is it in, that's the vacant land?
Yes,
And is, so.
They own the
is it-
house,
there was an old house there.
they've taken it
Okay.
down.
So what I'm saying is it's in compliance,
It's in compliance.
but you're talking about clearing our books.
Yes, we'll get it off the
You talking on Cherry?
cherry. Yes, sir.
Right, so in other words, there would be potentially no cost to us. So my suggestion is that we add it to the list to see if you can at least make some kind of arrangement to get that one.
Well, it's not part of CRA, so it's a different,
Maybe we do a separate,
Different bucket.
maybe we do a separate
Okay, that's
motion
fine
on
with me.
properties,
Yep.
properties outside CRA. How about we do
Sure.
that? Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor? Say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, motion approved. So now with the other properties, let's go ahead and address these other properties. Commissioner Vieira?
Sure, just. We don't have a budget. My suggestion would be that at a minimum, we take the property that is that Cherry Lane, that's someone's backyard, Charles.
Yes.
Yes.
That we authorize Charles to see the 736 Cherry Lane. If he can make an arrangement with the current owner to resolve the lien and get that taken off of our outstanding lien list.
okay, so I'll make a motion to accept the recommendation of the staff to work with the owner, to potentially combine with the adjacent property and take the lien on.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, now it's out. Motion carries. Okay, do we want to address any more of these properties tonight, or do we want to wait and see where we?
Let's say, I would like to wait to see where some things fall at this point.
Commissioners, that would be fine. Yeah, okay.
So some of them are vacant and one's occupied.
Pam, the one that you are going to come back to us with, the one that is doing the cleanup, trying to get into compliance. Yes, correct, okay.
809 Randolph.
Yeah.
Contact him tomorrow, and bring in an update in March.
That still leaves us, I mean, we still have some of these, like 720 Bay Street.
I have.
You're gonna take care of that, okay, okay. Okay, so with that, we're gonna go. Everybody good? Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's move on to, city manager's 6-month performance evaluation.
This is really the end of my probationary period, 6 months. As opposed to an annual evaluation, so it's a more formal process. That's in my contract. So I provided you with the goals to establish for me and status of those goals.
I can say from my part, I really enjoyed myself.
Really?
I have, and, it's a challenge and, we're making a difference together. And I look forward to it.
I have to agree. You have been a pleasure to work with. I like your vision. I like the fact that you are okay getting your hands dirty. A lot,
Literally.
a lot. And it shows, I have to say that the residents have remarked on it, and it definitely shows that you care about this city and that you're here to stay. Especially now since you and Valeria are permanent residents in Putnam County. Thank goodness. So I'm just so appreciative of everything you've done so far.
And I'm very impressed with the list. I already knew that you've done all this, but this is not a little bit of work in 6 months. It's a great deal. And Ronnie and I came up to change the lights in the beginning of February one night, and you were dead on it.
I know. He did, because I said to him the very next day, I said, Charles, we need to turn those red. And he goes, I already did it last night.
Yeah.
I already did it yesterday.
We came up to do it, and it was done.
And I said, well, you're ahead of me. You're ahead, so you're ahead of all of us, Charles. And so commissioners, do you have any comments? With this, if we, of course, he will have a formal, and we're gonna have to at that point have, because we don't have a formal process to document, so we are gonna have to work on that for the annual. I know there's quite a few out there that we can use, and quite a few processes that we can go through, and that's important. So that I think with anybody, it's important that you know kind of where we stand and where we need to grow and so we need to we'll have to work on that document. But this is more of just a general, this is probationary period, 6 months. We did agree that at that time, we would also give him that additional $5,000 that would make his salary equal with what he left when he took the chance to come here.
I move that we honor his request for the increase in salary to match that 9,000. Effective at midnight tonight.
Between that period.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any further discussion? Commissioner DeVito?
Yes, I have always supported that level of salary for our city, for a qualified city manager. So I would support that. But as well, when Charles put this on the agenda, he gave the list of the things he had accomplished, but he also said it is a time to evaluate the relationship. And I did make some notes about things that I wanted to share with Charles and the staff, my thought going forward, just like you told him the things that you thought were outstanding. I have a list of things that I would like to briefly touch on as well. So anyway, Charles, I put some thought to this, and I agree with everyone that it's wonderful to work with you. And I looked at the evaluation list that I gave you, the more standard evaluation, and just among the many extremely positive things, you're extremely responsive. I don't know of any question I've asked you that you haven't made a very prompt effort to answer, which is very helpful. You're incredibly hardworking. I am very appreciative that you can take in and digest complex and lengthy amounts of material, and you don't seem to mind doing it. You're very cheerful. You kind of multitask, and I particularly appreciate it. It seems like you've created a wonderful working environment with the city staff. Just City Hall seems like a happy place, and I think that your leadership has had a lot to do with that. And it's been a pleasure to work with you myself. Things to me that I think could be improved going forward, and these are process things. When you're a very hard worker, I think one thing you might think about in the commission is that you need to pace yourself in the number of projects you take on. I think particularly in the last couple of months that we've gotten a lot done, but it's been almost overload to have the whole downtown partnership, the comp plan, and there's one other thing going on, but to have all these things going on completely at the same time, that it might be a good idea to think about how to stagger major initiatives like that. And as well to remember where everybody's lane is, that the commission sets policies and goals and the city manager carries them out. So to make sure that, you bring to us things like, and this was before you got started, the schedule and the substance of the comp plan process, for example. Agenda management, I think we need, and I've mentioned this to you, the right amount of information in our packet to make a decision, but not too much. And there are some issues where, like, for example, we're going to hear in just a minute, the building permit process. So, that came to us and there's just a certain amount of information that we felt we needed that wasn't there. So to me, and you'll get a sense of what our commission is like, obviously, it would just, I think, help us tighten up our meetings to make sure that we have the right amount of information before we put something on the agenda, but not too much, as in like data. We need decision point information.
Okay, can we?
Yeah, I'm getting there. So, and as well, when there are controversial issues, I think it's important that we try to address them in a way that diffuses tension and promotes harmonious decision making, as opposed to creating divisions among people that may have a difference of opinion.
I disagree with you. I don't think, he never does that.
No,
he does not
He never
do
does
that.
that. So, I
Not
mean.
intentionally.
He doesn't do it,
He doesn't
period.
do it, period.
Right.
Well, y'all don't need to yell at
No,
me.
but,
Well,
he
You need to leave
doesn't.
that one out.
Yeah, so go forward, continue,
I think we can sleep.
continue.
Start another day.
That's mainly what I have, but I think it's important. This is 6 months. A lot has been done and I want to go forward in the most efficient way possible. And I don't think it's a bad idea to share information that, we're supposed to set the policies and establish a working relationship. And I do think it's positive that we're having a review because previously city managers didn't get reviewed. So not in a systematic fashion. So anyway, so that's what I have for Charles. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you
Those are my
done?
issues.
Are you done?
Yes, but I don't appreciate being snapped at because I bring up something that you disagree with. You can just say you disagree. You don't have to
Well, I
be
did
angry.
say I disagree. That's exactly
Yeah.
what I said. I said I disagree.
But we don't have to
So-
be angry.
So you what?
I have something to say.
Okay, Commissioner Burton.
Thank God we, as commissioners, don't have you evaluating us. in public. Okay,
Yeah.
she probably would have a lot to say. Charles and I really didn't start on the right foot, took us a minute. And, but I must admit, he's been a joy to work with. I think we're walking somewhat in the same path now. I really think that this commission made the right decision, asking you to join us as our city manager, so. Hang in there. Hang in there.
I agree. I absolutely agree. And as far as your demeanor, I sit in on meetings with you a lot and I know what you're up against. And I've never seen anybody, and this is what I've said, and we've gone through 3 city managers. This is our 3rd one in a year. I've never seen anybody that can just be so level-headed, even-keeled, calm. And I feel like that oftentimes in a storm, that's why I said I disagreed with you, that in a storm, he is the calm in the storm. And I'm so appreciative. I'm very, very appreciative of that. And I share that with him. I hope enough, but I am appreciative because we need that oftentimes. And so you know. With that, do we have any other comments, Commissioner West, or you?
No, I'm very used.
Okay. So we have a motion
We have a second.
and we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
And remind you,
Shoot, everything's closed by the time we get out of here. There's no place to buy it, everything's closed. We'll just go sit out in the Circle K parking lot. Captain, will you patrol us to make sure that we're all.
Let's get back to business.
Okay, okay. So we have that. So now the next one on the agenda, Charles. is-
Consideration of bringing back the universal engineering proposal. And we've done a lot of research and talked to the town of Pearson and some other clients of Universal, and they were all very pleased with the result. We attempted to do an analysis of the costs, the billing fees, to show you how much we would have to increase our fees. And to be honest, I couldn't make heads or tails of Putnam County fees versus the Volusia County fees. All of the other clients use the Volusia County fees, which are higher than ours mostly. We have some odd ones that are higher than theirs, but there's so many fees, what they charge people, and some of them are based on the value of the project, and others are flat fees and permit fees and review fees and application fees. So I can't give you a really strong analysis of, or any indication how we might have to raise our fee. Putnam County generally is cheaper than Volusia County. Those other clients had a surplus of funds from their charge typically, but it varied. If you want to expound more on
No, I will say that this is something that I think when we initially talked about it, it was more a convenience for our residents here in Crescent City. And I will say this, I don't know where the county is right now. I will say I placed 3 phone calls. Even said at one point, I think the mayor of Crescent City, and I needed some information, additional information, and
Michelle?
and I have, yeah, well, I typically never say that. I don't ever use that. It's just Michelle Myers. And I did use that finally, and I still have yet to have gotten a phone call back. And that was a big concern of mine. And so, you know, if we're getting that, I don't know what our residents are getting. This company I've spoken to this company. I've spoken also to Pearson. Carmen is over the moon with this company. Lake Helen is as well. They said that, and this company is all over the place, but this is the branch that we're working with. It's the one out of Daytona, not the one out of Gainesville, is giving us this proposal. I think the concern we have is not necessarily knowing if it's going to be a cost, if it's going to be an additional cost to us or not at the long run. That because we don't know. He did say that if there is nothing, so what they do typically is they send out the jobs to them. And if they don't have a job, if they don't have, then they don't bill them and they don't show up. But the hourly is, he said, you stack them, so you would have several inspections at one time to take care of that. So it's just a decision that the commission's going to have to, if we want to take a chance, if we want to try it. There's always the opportunity to back out of it, and it's an easy out with this. But I have to say they were, and I know that Willaca is looking at it also. They're looking at them, and it might be something, and talking to Michael, is that if we're going to be in Willaca, kind of piggybacking the 2 communities together, so to where, that can help with us also. I don't know, it's something the commission's going to have to.
Do you want to look at, say, 6 months trial period and see how it goes?
That's the commission's, and this is, again, something that's more of a convenience for our citizens, but every municipality, but the city of Daytona Beach, and they have a large staff, including Volusia County itself. They use this company for their overage. It's just, they would be our building official. They would be our building official like they are in Pearson and Lake Helen. And you have to, by statute, you have to have a building official.
Okay.
So they would act as our building official. So that's something the commission, you're gonna have to determine, do we want to do this on behalf of our residents, knowing that, you know, we'll have to evaluate it and just make sure that it's not costing us anything. And it's not something that you make money on. If you do make money on it, it has to kind of stay within, now you can, you know, stay
Has to be
within
for
that.
building department
Yeah.
expenses.
Building department, yeah. So,
I have a question.
yes,
So I'm looking at the table that shows the Putnam County fees and the Volusia County fees.
Mhm.
So currently, we're charging the Putnam County fees, correct? Because we're using Putnam County. The Volusia fees are higher. So I think we should assume, and Volusia County uses this company.
yeah, Volusia County themselves uses this
Right,
company,
so,
yes.
so these are the Volusia fees. So somehow, I think we have to assume that the cost is gonna be closer to what Volusia County is charging. What are we proposing to charge?
The Putnam County fees, we would keep the fee schedule the same.
Yeah,
Okay, so, but what happens when we start to lose money?
Well, we would begin taking in those fees ourselves, and we would begin getting bills, and we'd have to look at that, like, and come back to you and say, this, we need to increase our fees, which is likely.
Okay, so it'd be a two-step process.
Yes.
And,
and they're aware that our fees, they're very aware that the Putnam County fees are lower than the Volusia County fees.
I mean, the only information I don't have, that I think we all know we don't have, is how does the general public that uses these services feel about it?
Wow.
And, you know, that would be nice to know, but so Commissioner West is proposing 6 months.
Well, we don't even have to do that. If they're doing well, continue, you know. If
Well, I think
they're
a
not,
6 month, maybe a 6 month evaluation.
Okay. that
So
could
that
be
we don't
good.
get too far, out there before we can, you know.
Okay, bail.
And we have a 7-day, don't we have a 7-day out with them, Charles, I believe, a 7-day notice period. 7-day notice period.
7 days written notice. In the event of substantial failure or required to perform in accordance with terms thereof.
I don't know, I look at that. I don't know what I was thinking. I thought that it was a 7-day, give notice within 7 days. I just know that what happens, and I've witnessed it, Karen, you can speak to this too. People come in the office, Putnam County sent them down here. Then we have to send them back to Putnam County. And they're going back and forth. And also, not necessarily Putnam County is not, I'm not being critical of Putnam County, but they're not communicating with us. So we don't really know what, and that was my phone call to her, is what permits do you have currently in Crescent City? So we can kind of get an idea of how often they would have to come.
Right.
And, you know, so, I mean, that's, I just see it, and I know how frustrating that is. And, you know, if we can do anything to make that easier, an easier process on the residents.
With
I think it's worth a try.
The contract 7 days, like Charles has said, so.
Yeah.
I say, let's give them a try.
Yeah.
Do we need a motion?
Yeah.
All right, I move that we consider universal engineering for building inspection services for Crescent City residents.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any further discussion?
Well, I just think we need to be very careful about what the contract says about termination, I mean, the term of the contract. Because the termination clause seems to, it's very tiny little print. There's something here about reasonable termination expenses, blah, 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 blah. You know, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with the company we signed this.
Bobby, will you protect us?
It says, in the event of substantial failure by the other party to perform in accordance with the terms hereof.
Right, something, is there a term for that? What we want is a 6-month trial. And I don't see a term, I just see the.
Well, I think as part of that, can't we establish, I think they were pretty amenable to. So I think Charles and.
We'll have to reach out to them and see.
Reach out to them and make sure that, that they can do that for a 6-month trial period. And I believe they'll understand because they've had that conversation that if it's costing us, then we can't, we can't do that.
Well, and I saw, there's something in this information that says they come on a scheduled basis, and there's one jurisdiction that uses them that has like an extra fee for.
Pearson does, so
Yeah.
if you need an inspection outside of the day they're scheduled, they come to Pearson on Wednesdays.
Right.
So if you need to come outside of Wednesday, there's a $75 fee that the city gets.
Right, so I'm thinking we might want to provide for that so that people who can pay and would rather pay can go ahead and expedite.
So we need to add that into a.
I mean,
That's on us, yeah.
That's
something
on
we would want to
us,
do.
that's on us.
Right, well, Charles has these fees, but anyway, so that was my only comment.
So what we'll have to do, I guess, Charles, is once we do this, we'll have to establish, and they accept it, we'll have to establish a fee schedule. Okay. That'll be part of the fee schedule. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Everyone in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries.
This is actually, as written, this contract is for the fiscal year. So it's only 9 months. So even if we sign
Oh,
this,
that's
it would
right,
be
because they did it from,
September,
they did that, I'm so sorry,
Yeah,
they did it for the fiscal year.
Okay. All right, so
but I could see if they're interested, we could do a 6-month agreement with them.
I didn't say 6 months, so we discussed it, but in my, I didn't mention 6 months. So if you want to, just continue with the 9 months left in the year.
Then your motion is to approve. Your motion is to approve the contract?
With them, yes,
Okay, so it'll just.
but I
be-
did not mention a time.
Okay.
So,
Well, yeah, because the fiscal year, we really only have 6 months. Really, because we've got March, April, May, June, July, August, September, so we have 7 months. So we're right there at
we're
it.
close to it.
Okay, so with that, can we move to the city manager's report?
So I want to mention highlight a couple of things in my report. First, I want to add something. We did have the first board of directors meeting for the downtown partnership last Monday. It's actually half the board has been established. That half is the liaisons to partner organizations. There were 10 liaison directors on the board. So it was mostly an introductory meeting, each liaison organization talking about themselves and their organization, the mission, and what they have coming up in the next few months. So every month we'll give a report. The idea is to share information to create collaborations, which actually began. We had Purple Players is one of the liaisons, and they said we actually donate our proceeds for our plays to causes and organizations, and concerned citizens of South Putnam were there, and so Purple Palm said we have to contribute to what we're working on. So began a collaboration. Rotary Club is there. They offered up their equipment. They have extensive equipment for doing the festival, portable seating and fryers and so forth. They offered the other organizations. We also had the Yacht Club was represented, the Venture Corps, the Historical Society, Rotary Club, the Lions Club, Concerned Citizens.
Yeah, the venture.
And I serve as the city liaison. So The other half of the board will be the chairs of the committees as well as the officers of the organization. So we're going to begin meeting, we've been filling out those positions as people step forward in leadership roles. So it's a very good meeting, very productive. I did want to also mention, it was on page 2 of my report, we did discover, I mentioned this months ago, we got a tax bill for the bottom of Lake Stella. It's owned by the JCs. It's less than $6. And if we want to take ownership of that, we would need to actually file a suit. Is that what you said? File a suit to do that process. I don't know if you want to do that, or I guess we've been
Just
paying the
get an
taxes on.
XJC?
I'm sorry.
Can you just get an XJC? No.
It's not an active organization, so there's
No,
no,
it's too
we have to get a court to the judge to issue it to us. So I don't know if you want to proceed with that or just let it
So
lie.
what's the cost of doing it legally or just keep paying taxes or?
So we can keep paying the tax every, what will be the cost of that is? Can let Sleepy Dogs lie.
1,500. Well, I mean, anything at the courthouse will cost about $400. Unless it's an
No,
eviction.
I'm just curious because we only pay $6 a year.
I think it was a little, it was 5 and change. It's
Yeah,
strange,
I mean,
yeah.
as the ROI.
I don't know how. I don't know if it's, I don't know
Why it
why
comes
we're
to
getting
us.
assessed.
Yeah.
We can just reject it next year.
Yeah,
Why don't we just go ahead and take care of it?
yeah, I think we need to take care of it. It just seems a bit odd with the whole thing.
It's very odd, but
Maybe we need to talk
But
to
no,
Tim.
it's just Lake Farm, isn't it?
It's just like
So-
off of a park.
Yeah.
off
the
of the beach down here.
Yes.
Maybe. And it shows ownership, it does show the
It
JCs as
shows
owners.
Crescent City, Florida, JC's.
Yeah,
3 North Summit Street is the address, that's why. we
Yeah,
moved
they
it.
Yeah, they used to meet down
Yeah,
there
somebody said they
When-
traded
that
property.
30 years ago, 40 years ago.
It's a long time, some of the transactions that took place, but
Right. Well, they ran, they took care of the city dock down there for a while, and because the organization was very active for several years when we were very young. And they took care of the docks. There were 2 docks on each side, and they kept them going and kept the big beach clean. And then as everybody got older, it just became a burden, and it kind of disbanded and people moved away.
So should we try to reach out to them and see if they would just
Give it to us.
give it to us?
There's nobody there.
Well,
So, I mean, I know, but are we sure there's nobody, I mean, there has to
My
be.
husband was one,
Okay.
the
and
last,
Alan Peacock was one,
yeah,
you're right,
and
and Jack Stevenson was one.
yeah,
Great
all of
Labor
them.
Day program.
Yes, and Labor Day was a big event we did every year.
I was one.
Look,
If
Bob.
nobody ever challenges it, you can do anything.
Well, I mean, so I don't know that anybody's.
Yeah, I don't know the
challenged
rules. Yeah, I
that,
can
so
get it. It's weird.
if we
I don't
can,
think anybody would ever challenge, because it's not, I guess maybe if the lake dried up and it was,
if the lake dried up, it would be, yeah,
it might be useful, but
not, I don't think it's that big for $6.
Should we just leave it alone?
Because it's lakefront. I would reach out to the JCs that are
When
currently
you
living.
claim it after several years of paying taxes, it's yours.
well, not when they're assessed to you.
So
So if they,
It's assessed.
I still, I don't
It comes
understand the
from-
legal of how it's assessed in Sleepy Best what I did. And it may have been, have we been getting the bill or it just?
All I can say for sure is we received a bill this year.
maybe let's talk to
It's
Tim.
our address, so it's probably come here every year.
I definitely need to get our
Tim
name
Smith
off of
about
there.
it. Yeah,
It's our address that's on there. our
Okay,
name's on
I
it.
have a motion.
okay.
Can I make a motion?
Yeah.
That we authorize Mr. Pickens to look into what would be the most proper and effective thing for us to do.
It's legal.
Yeah, right, check into it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
No, I think she's ready. We gotta figure out.
Yeah.
He's the guy.
So motion and second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, Mr. Pickens. So, and it might be that they're willing to do it much like, you know,
Yeah.
the lodge did, so, and that won't cost us a 1,500.
So the other issue, we talked a little bit about at the beginning of the meeting, the closing of Pine Street from Reed to Junction. The intention was to borrow concrete barricades from the county. And we don't have the ability to move them or haul them. So the county was going to deliver them and place them for us. They're having staffing issues, is what I've been told, and unable to deliver those to us. So we'll need to rent those.
Yeah.
And have them,
Hold on just a second.
Hold on,
Elizabeth,
hold on a minute.
are you driving?
I have nothing to drink, I'm walking.
I love her.
Elizabeth.
They don't feel the same.
Yeah, we don't want you walking home by yourself.
Right. Can you give me a few minutes and I'll take you home as I leave?
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, if you'll just, I know, I'm sorry, but.
I'm sorry, I don't want you walking back here where it's dark by yourself.
Okay.
So
Sorry.
if you want to continue and go ahead and block the street, we'll rent the equipment and the barricades to do that.
We ain't got our men's equipment here that we can go up there and get them.
We do not. We might be able to put them in the dump truck or something. We can't, we couldn't lift them out of the truck once we got them here. We don't have a crane that, it's too heavy.
That's
What will it
It's
cost
concrete.
to put a speed bump there and not block off the road?
Cost. We talked about
It's
it.
about $2,500 to $3,000, depending on what we're trying to get.
Because you have to put, and you have to put multiple there.
Or
If
just a
you
little
put it closer
temporary.
to the stop sign.
Yeah.
On,
How much is it to rent them?
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
haven't
check that out.
I'll let you know.
But at the same time, can we reach out to the homeowners there that we assured that we were gonna do something and just let them know that the problems that we've been working on and that we're still trying to. Yes, sir, Captain.
I'm sorry, if they say they have the equipment to block that road off, I have CEO drivers on work for us. And I can go get that stuff and facilitate that, way they won't have to have any issues with it. I've got semis, I've got.
Crane.
I've got anything that I need to get rid of barricades. I'm pretty sure that I can make that happen.
Okay, I'll connect with you then. Perfect.
All right, I like that, thank you.
But can we still reach out to, I know we've got,
The Briarly.
You'll let them know?
We'll let them know.
Okay, please let them know that it's not because, and I know the sheriff's office has put the signs up, you know, and warning them, but I just don't.
That's the word.
Thank you very much, yeah, and also to Craig and Sarah too.
Okay,
can
Yeah, hold
I
on.
say one thing, please?
Commissioner.
I really don't want that road blocked off. I know I voted to do it, but I really don't.
But it's not blocked up permanently. But if you put speed bumps there, that's a permanent thing.
Yeah.
And what we're just trying to do is to change the direction of traffic, and once you make that change, a lot of times people won't come back to doing all
I
that.
don't think that's gonna work. I think eventually when it's open, they're gonna come back down there because they're living out that way. And it's an easy way to come in, and he's shaking his head, yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just think that's gonna be a lot of effort and it's not going to come up to what we really want. I think something to really make them slow down would be a speed bump very close to that stop sign on the north end of that street.
Well, I guess we'll have to bring that up. in the meeting.
Captain, did you want to speak to that?
I think the general idea there was to slow down the traffic on Main Street, and if you have a speed bump there, they're still gonna speed on Main Street. I can tell you personally from being in a pursuit down that road, if you hit that speed bump, and I know you may think this is crazy, but if you hit that speed bump at over 60 miles an hour, you don't even feel it's there. And I don't know how that works, why the vehicles operate that way. So again, to slow and lessen the traffic on Main Street and to get them on the main thoroughfare there, you're gonna have to shut that road down. But I'm open to any suggestions you want to do.
And what's happened there, because I've witnessed it, I've stood there, I've sat there in front of your house, and watched it. So they're coming down and they come straight down and they hit Pine Street and they speed right through that stop sign. So they're speeding through the stop sign, they're speeding down Pine Street in front of those residents with their children. And that was the concern Mr. Brierly had, is that his house sits right there on Pine. It doesn't really necessarily mean Main Street. They're coming straight down that road from Old 17.
You're right.
Sorry, my husband.
Tell him, make sure he knows that there's no drinking allowed in City Hall.
I want you to follow me.
That they're coming straight down that from from Old 17, and am I correct? And they're flying, they fly right through that stop sign.
I'm aware of it.
I
I used to
know,
be
I
one
know.
of those that would flash because I lived out there and
Hold
I
on,
slowed
hold
down
on,
the
everybody,
stop
let's-
sign and keep, I'm
Let's
sorry.
be,
I know it.
It will
I know
also,
it.
it will also slow down a lot of your traffic on Grand Rondo as well, because they use that same cut. They go
Yes,
down- they
it
go
took
down
all
to
the way
Main, and
around.
They
Yeah,
turn
I know.
right here at where the
Right.
street is here, and that's their shortcut over to 308 to go to Fruitland or whatever. And again, I'm just judging on watching traffic flow daily and seeing where the traffic's coming from, and everything that comes from that's going to, Willaca, Georgetown, all that is coming through either Grand Rondo, Maine to Pine and Old Highway 17.
I do it for sale. I do it for sale.
Of course, they can go that little dirt road around
But you don't
to
speed.
Reed and do the same thing.
But they won't.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. If it doesn't work-
Okay.
If it doesn't work, we'll move it.
Yeah.
and we're doing
That's
this
fine.
for 3 months,
It wasn't
is
meant to
that?
be
I thought it was for 3 months. I
Yeah.
thought it was for 3 months, so. Okay.
Okay, let's go with this.
And again, that's gonna create a lot heavier traffic flow on Highway 17 itself, but it's gonna reduce your traffic flow on Main and Grand Rondo.
They do it on South Prospect and North Prospect too, to avoid Summit 17, they hit. I yell at them all the time when I'm out there. One day they're not swerving.
Well, when I've done some traffic stop, when I've done some traffic stop, they call it a shortcut. So,
I'll get with Kevin this week. So one other issue that I want to bring to you, I think it's a policy issue. I think we had an informal policy kind of come to a head with over on Palmetto. Palmetto is an RV. Someone's gonna build a house. And my understanding, previous city managers have a policy where they call and got permission. For instance, there's an RV down on the lake, guys building a house on the lake. An RV with Palmetto's. There's another RV on Main.
Yeah.
From what I've been told, the policy was call, get permission. You can do that, but it's been a long time. I've been told the gentleman on Palmetto is gonna build a house, but suddenly he wants sewer brought in. So he hooked the RV up to the sewer. So the code says you are not permitted to occupy an RV. City. And so, my question to you is, do we want to create a change in our code to provide a provision to allow it if you're constructing a house and there's a time frame where you have to actually pull a building permit? I don't know that one's been pulled for Palmetto as an example, the actual permit, there, he does have plans I've seen, but I don't know if he's actually begun. He has poured a driveway in the garage. I don't know that, I keep hearing it's been years, the other one's been down by the lake, down north on South Prospect. So do we want to make an amendment? It's been a couple of years, you've been building that house down there? Yes.
It's been a long time since he's had that down there. And from what I understood, that he had, not permission, I don't know if it was permission, I don't know what kind of permission, but like 6 months, you could have an RV or, while you were building a house. And, just go on.
And
I'm
I
fine with
know-
that, I'd just like to codify, you know, if that's, make it a policy and then we can enforce it like your time is up.
Right. The one on 200 Main.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think they are redoing the inside of that.
They're fixing it up,
Yes,
which is
they're
great. It's great
Yeah,
that
that's
yeah,
fine,
well,
but have they called and asked to?
No one's called me and asked about staying there.
And
No.
maybe we have Pam also check with Brad. I know he had some major health issues that gave him a setback.
Who's right?
He's the one on South Prospect.
Okay.
He initially wanted to be down there because, of course, he had a lot of supplies in there and it's kind of isolated. It's very isolated down there. So I know that's.
And
what he talked
Makes
about.
sense for many reasons, but I think we have to formalize it
Yeah.
somehow.
I agree.
Yeah, because that was just a verbal agreement that was given to him by Mr. Esposito. So,
And similarly, boats in the front yard.
Yep.
Are prohibited, and then there are apparently situations in the community where they've been ignored, or we told don't pursue that, so I want to see if we want to allow provision for that, or we want to.
What about 49 cars in the yard?
Yeah, there's one down.
I don't want to count the words, but there have been instances where we have a boat that's been just left in the front yard, and past administrations have said, just leave it alone. So I'm bringing this up because you're gonna get the blowback when we begin to issue citations. You're gonna hear about it, so. Give me some direction.
Commissioner DeVito.
Some of these are really appearance issues. I mean, there are some instances where it just looks terrible. And so are you saying, do we want to look at our policy or do we want Pam to start issuing citations? I'm not clear what you're asking.
Well, either we're gonna need to formalize
Right.
the policy or enforce the code we have, which prohibits them. And we'll
The boats in the front
give
yard.
warnings, the boats and the RVs, both, like,
Right.
both are prohibited.
Like, I think the ordinance reads that a boat can't be forward of the house. Is that correct?
Right.
I think so.
Yeah, it can be on the side of the house, but it
Right.
can't be forward of the house. So,
I mean, I would like to know how many situations like that we have. Because it can be an appearance issue as well with the RV thing. I know on 200 Main, that people have moved the RV somewhat to the back, which is a big improvement. When
Yeah,
they
they
first parked it there, it was right on the corner and you could literally see it from Myrtle Avenue on the other side of the highway. It did not look good. And so it's been a big improvement just to move it.
I would say that before we go out and do citations, that we, the commission, address this and we establish policy so that we have, and then go forward from there.
Yeah, best way to do
That'd
it.
be great.
And bring you back a policy recommendation. next
Yeah,
week.
Right.
yeah, best way to do it.
That would be great. So,
That's all I have.
Mr. Pickens, you sure? Okay, commissioners, this is your turn. So, Commissioner Burton.
Sitting down, it's so late, in the sunset. I really realized what a beautiful area that is, and, I would like to see done, I'd like city to consider taking that from, conservation and making, changing the zoning into public buildings and grounds, into a park area, just from the beach to the dock. We already have the walking path there. We mow it, we maintain it as a park. And basically we use it as a park. We have picnic tables there. We have a gazebo there, the bird, what do you call that? Bird stand to you know, people just, they really utilize that area as a park. And so I'd like to have the staff, the city, go forward and change the zoning on that to a park.
Sorry.
Well, you know where Dexter Park is, or Dexter Beach, excuse me, from Dexter Beach down to where,
Boat ramp, the boat launch.
where the boat ramp is. Back down by the
That green.
electric.
That green area.
by Winston,
Yeah.
down to that corner. Where the boat ramp is, it would all become, that whole area would become. Just a park.
Yeah,
Designated park.
designated park, not recreation, because
Yeah,
recreation.
Ironically, most of our parks are zoned with recreation, with the exception of Dexter Beach, which is public institutional buildings. In our zoning code, oddly enough, conservation is the only zoning that lists a park as a use.
Yeah, it is
So it's actually zoned for a park. Now you have to maybe just declare it a park.
Okay. I just think it should be a park and utilize it as a park. Most people do. So, how would you put that as the building? Would you leave it conservation or?
Well, conservation zoning allows for a park.
Okay.
I'd have to find out for you if we designate it by resolution perhaps and give it a name. Give it like Stella Park.
So you can come back to us with a recommendation and then we can move forward from there.
Yes.
Okay. Is that good? Commissioner Brooks? Yeah, that's great. Is there anything else? No. Commissioner Banks? You good?
I'm good.
You tired? I know. Commissioner West?
I'm good.
Okay. Commissioner DeVito?
Yes. This is, the one thing I just wanted to emphasize is that I think we can have shorter meetings by better agenda management and managing the information we have on the individual items. As well with the comp plan. I noticed Commissioner West said she thought the comp plan contained a lot of good guidance for how we should be managing our city. And I think instead of so much figuring out how we might want to change our comp plan, when I looked at the comp plan, I found the same thing as Commissioner West, and I realized we hadn't implemented the provisions in the comp plan that could help us. For example, if we had followed the comp plan, the comp plan, a lot of it gives directives. It sets objectives, and it says the city will adopt regulations to, for example, reduce blighted housing by X, Y, and Z. We haven't done those things. Some of the things in the article that Charles distributed to us are things that if we had implemented some things that were in the comp plan, we would have gotten this done already. So, and I think it would behoove us to go through the comp plan and really look and see, sorry, I can't hear me, look and see what those things are that would really help our city and move us forward, because there's some very, very helpful things there. And we've just let them kind of go to the wayside.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes.
That's it? Like that?
Yeah.
Okay. First off, as far as the length of the meetings, we have some options, commissioners. We have a lot of work ahead of us. We've had a lot of work behind us. We are definitely a very active board, commission, and we are getting things done that need to be done. It takes time. It's a lengthy process. We have options. A lot of municipalities meet twice a month. So either we can knock this out in one night, knowing that it might take us a little longer than we want to sit here, or we can just go ahead and arrange that we will start meeting twice a month. And that, so I'm just saying.
That's what I was speaking to was, there are some items that come back twice because we don't have the information. I'm more talking about how we manage the individual items. I would not want to see us go to 2 meetings without trying to, basically, I think we need to be better prepared before we get an item on the agenda. And an example of what we've done in the past that was not very effective, we had numerous meetings on foreclosures when Mr. Asbury was the attorney, and we never foreclosed anything. I mean, so I guess my objective would be to make how we manage individual agenda items more efficient. And actually, I do have one thing to ask the city manager about. We had the workshop on park fines and fines. So the fines, we have a trial basis with sheriff's office, but what happened to the signs portion of it? Because we had a long discussion about signs.
It's true. I have all your comments and your input. And my hope was that we could produce the signs and install them now that we've kind of settled the issue, using the notes you gave me to reference the code on the signs and so forth, the size of the check. There were a
Unless you
number of
think we
it.
need to bring it back for discussion.
No, I mean, that's, I don't
Okay.
know, I'm not sure where we left it. I guess I'm asking, where did we leave it? I don't.
Well, it gave me quite a bit of input on the font size and the content, and I'll just implement that and
I mean, I have no problem bringing it back. I just think that's kind of a loose end out there. Because we discussed it, we spent a lot of time, and I didn't know where it was.
Well, and maybe that's something that, when you do that, if you just want to
I can distribute a
distribute it.
draft.
Because somebody did bring it to my attention and it was very valid. He said, you know, I can't let my dog on the beach, but I can bring my cat and my pig. Because we have no dogs on the beach. So I mean, those are some of the things. I was like, you know,
No animals.
yeah, no animals.
Change.
So that's a very valid
Bring you
point.
some groups.
Okay. And with that,
I want to see him bring his cat to the beach.
I know. Well, hey, have you not seen the, have you not seen the
Tell you what.
commercial? Is it the Ford or whatever the commercial where he takes his cat? Okay, the animal ordinance, this is something that as we go forward, our animal ordinance and the county's animal ordinance, and do we want to, theirs is very extensive. I encourage you to read both. And it's been suggested to us because we really do need to address this animal issue that we have here, that we adopt the counties. So commissioners, with Charles, I mean, to give him some directive, do you want him to do I think a side-by-side is just an incredible task to do, or do you want him to go through the ordinance and
That's mean, isn't it? Throw it to you.
It's the analysis, because theirs is a much larger
Theirs
ordinance,
is
so trying to
much
put it in
larger.
2 columns.
won't work. We tried it, okay, we tried it, and it was a very difficult task, but to go, you know, or you can take the ordinance and we can strike through ours and add theirs in and have you review it that way. So commissioners, what's your preference on that? Because we need to bring that forward for, I mean, I'm gonna tell you that I think it's our responsibility too, that, you know, to read both of them and to see, but theirs is very, very detailed, much more detailed than
Let's
ours
take
are.
a look at both of them and see if we can come up with something that works for us.
But isn't the county telling us that that's part of the interlocal
That's
agreement?
what they do.
They want us to,
Well, they want us to adopt
To adopt
theirs,
theirs,
but we
right.
also have some specifics here that we can't adopt. Because like we've got, if we have livestock, if you've got livestock or chickens or something, you can't have it within 250 feet of someone else's residence.
right, so that's part
So,
of our.
and that's not in theirs because they don't cover chickens, they don't cover pigs, they don't
Right.
cover.
But that's
cows.
what I
So
said
yeah, so
before.
that's why I think if you
Right.
incorporate it in there,
Because theirs is a county unincorporated ordinance and ours, we're a municipality.
right,
So we don't have pigs and chickens in my.
well, we do.
Well,
Yeah,
we're
we
not
do.
supposed to.
Well, no, they can. You can, it just cannot be within 250
Well,
feet of another residence.
I know, but I'm saying we don't just have them.
Right,
willy-nilly.
and ours has in there about robbing nests, killing or wounding or molesting wild birds.
Right,
Theirs does not speak to that. So there's just some things in ours that we need to keep,
yeah.
but then also incorporate the counties into it. So it's just something for discussion as we go forward to make sure y'all might want to go ahead and start looking at that.
Okay.
And give Charles that directive, what he's, you know.
So bring it back next month for introduction. and
Sure.
installation.
Yeah, Charlie, you bring back so much, I tell you.
The agendas, they've got the special events ordinance coming, with animals, well, second reading, well, actually, a first reading on the internet cafe ordinance. We'll have second reading on the apartments ordinance. So it gets long quickly.
Okay.
It's just a lot of business.
It does. And very appreciative for everybody that sits through this. It's long. Okay, so with that, we have a motion to adjourn.
I so moved. Second.
Second, okay, meeting adjourned at 11:07.
Okay, this has been the worst so far.
It has been.